anger other than in self-defense, and that's rarely ever occurs. And so we have to just change the culture, period, and keep punching at it and punching at it and punching at it.
Does nothing to tackle the number one job facing the middle class, and it happens to be, as Barack says, a three-letter word: jobs. J-O-B-S. The younger generation now tells me how tough things are. Give me a break. Speak out and be more straightforward. I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom. Qualified or more qualified than I am to be Vice President of the United States of America. Let's get that straight, and quite frankly, it might have been a better pick than me.
I went to the big guys for the money. I was ready to prostitute myself in the manner in which I talked about it. But what happened was they said, come back when you're 40, son. Eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth, $1.4 trillion. Out of $1.4 billion, excuse me, $1.4 trillion. It's hard to even say it so much. I think I probably have a much higher IQ than you do, I suspect, and I'd be delighted to sit down and compare my IQ to yours if you'd like, Frank.
damn lie, man. That's not true. I want to be clear. I'm not going nuts.
You cannot go to a 7-Eleven or a Dunkin' Donuts unless you have a slight Indian accent. And by the way, it costs a lot of money. It cost about $740 billion over 10 years. Play the radio. Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night.
Will you ever run for political office again?
No. I know I'm called middle class, Joe. It's not meant as a compliment. Means I'm not sophisticated. We choose unity over division. We choose science over fiction. We choose truth over fact.
Senator Biden, words have in the past gotten you in trouble. Words that were borrowed and words that some found hateful. An editorial in the Los Angeles Times said, in addition to his uncontrolled verbosity, Biden is a gaffe machine. Can you reassure your voters in this country that you would have the discipline you would need on the world stage, Senator?
Yes. My name is Joe Biden, and I love ice cream. What President Trump has done in his spreading of racism, the way he deals with people based on the color of their skin, their national origin, where they're from, is absolutely sickening. No sitting president has ever done this. Never, never, never. No Republican president has done this. No Democratic president. We have racists, and they've existed. They've tried to get elected president. He's the first one that has. And the way he pits people against one another is all designed to divide the country, divide people, not put them together.
Haiti, a god-awful thing to say, if Haiti just quietly sunk into the Caribbean or rose up 300 feet, it wouldn't matter a whole lot.
We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids. No, I really mean it, but think how we think about it.
Lobbyists aren't bad people. Special interest groups are not bad people. But guess what? They're corrosive. People who accept the money from them aren't bad people, but it's human nature. You go out, Lynn, and bundle $250,000 for me, all legal, and then you call me after I'm elected and say, Joe, I'd like to come and talk to you about something. You didn't buy me, but it's human nature. You helped me. I'm going to say, sure, Lynn, come on in.
Now is the time to heed the timeless advice from Teddy Roosevelt. Speak softly and carry a big stick. End of quote. I promise you, the president has a big stick. I promise you. This election year, the choice is clear. One man stands ready to deliver change we desperately need. A man I'm proud to call my friend. A man who will be the next president of the United States, Barack America.
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys. And I did, and back in those days, you sure how things had changed. One of the things you had to use, if you used pomade in your hair, you had to wear a baby cap. And he cut off a 6-foot length of chain. He folded up, he said, you walk out with that chain. And you walk to the car and say, you may cut me, man, but I'm gonna wrap this chain around your head. So I walked out with the chain. And I walked up to my car. And those days used to remember the straight race. You'd bang them on the curb, get them rusty, put them in a rain barrel, get them rusty. And to get hot, I got hairy legs that turn, blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
The fact is that what happens now is that we, in fact, have to fundamentally change the culture of how women are treated. No man has a right to raise a hand to a woman in anger other than in self-defense, and that's rarely ever occurs. And so we have to just change the culture, period, and keep punching at it and punching at it and punching at it.
let's save billions of gallons of gasoline. I mean, billions of I think it's $2.3 billion worth of, $500 billion in savings and 2-point-something billion metric tons of CO2 going in the air.
Does nothing to tackle the number one job facing the middle class, and it happens to be, as Barack says, a three-letter word: jobs. Jobs.
The younger generation now tells me how tough things are. Give me a break. We can speak out and be more straightforward. I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
Hillary Clinton is as qualified or more qualified than I am to be Vice President of the United States of America. Let's get that straight. And quite frankly, it might have been a better pick than me.
I went to the big guys for the money. I was ready to prostitute myself and the men in which I talked about it. But what happened was they said, come back in your 40s, son.
Hello. We're back. How are you all doing? What's going on? Sorry I didn't stream on Sunday. I got a cold. I still kind of have a cold. So I'm taking it easy today. I'm very congested. But I've just been hanging out. I'm crocheting again. Livagar life update. Which has been great. I haven't really done much. I made a little swatch. I've just been doing it at the desk. Because I watched a video on how to do single stitch, and I was like, oh, right, that's how you do it. Okay. And then I just locked in. Then I made, there was a problem, because I made this today, and it's cute. It's too long, and I think I don't have a needle that's, big enough, because the thread is really big, so it gets, really taut. If anyone knows, that's the problem here, right? I don't know. Oh, can you not see? Oh, okay, it's just the chroma key is funky. Yes, blue for the Democrats and green for the Green Party. My two favorite parties, the American Democrats and the American Green Party. And then turquoise for the Bloc Québécois. Of course. I mean, of course, I didn't even need to say it, obviously. That's something I support. Deadby Monty, thank you. Yeah, my voice is all funky today, so to full reform, yeah. To support reform in their struggle against British imperial dominance, their struggle to ensure that Britain becomes a part of the JD Pond, which is how you say it apparently. Remember, people gave me shit about that. Did they give me shit? I don't know. That's overly sensitive, because I said JDPON. And it does make sense, JDPON Dawn. I was like, why does everyone say that? It's JD Pond Dawn, because it rhymes. Which, speaking of JD Pond Dawn, Donald Trump's insane fascistic attempt at just, invading Greenland, like having it so that like it's a Hearts of Iron 4 style invasion, like he's like, I don't want the debuff, or I don't want the country national spirit that like gives me, you know, 10% civilian factories to owner from Greenland. Like, I don't fucking want that. I want the territory to say United States. Like, it's literally, it's Hoi Forbrain. Has, you know, facilitated the production of, according to my Prime Minister, Mark Carney, as they've been calling him, a new world order. I've been loving those edits. Yeah, the trade deal in China. Oh, let me see if I can find. I must have. Oh my goodness, TikTok is not working. I must have reposted that edit. I think it's on Twitter too, but I have not been on Twitter at all, which has been good for me. Oh my goodness. There we go. 1 second. Reposts. Surely it's in here. Oh, is it not? Wow, okay. Maybe it... Oh, here we go.
For the new world order.
There's something so eerie as well about Mao Carney. Bricks with two C's. Yeah, exactly. Socialism with Chinese Canadian characteristics. Yeah, this is beautiful. Apparently, like the EV deal, for the most part, it's just gonna be electric vehicles produced in China by American companies, right? Like, it's like we can buy Teslas that are made in China, which also makes it so much funnier that that people are like, oh, you know, they're gonna. Was that the Doug Ford position where he was like, oh, they're gonna steal our data? I don't know. I don't think there's any PYD. I don't think so. Tesla and Volvo at first. Although at first though, you know, trust the process. You know, listen, if it's gonna take like 50 years for China to press the socialism button, you know, it'll take a couple years to press the send BYD to Canada button, presumably. That's step one though. I did joke about this, and I was like surprised. Oh, okay, I'll play this. I was like surprised at how much Carney did just do this. That he was just like, because Carney is like a cynical banker, right? And like, he doesn't like especially now, like functionally abandoning his like, saying New World Order is gonna confuse people, but like, you know, the New World Order globalist ideals to become like a Canadian economic nationalist, like nativist. Like, he doesn't really, he's a fairly cynical person that will like see which way the wind is blowing and then choose that. And like the fact that he is so explicitly moved towards China as a primary trading partner, one demonstrates to me, I didn't realize that he had it like that, honestly. But also, like, we have BYD in Australia. Yeah, nice. How is the tariff though? But I mean, it makes perfect sense that he would do that. And saying the New World Order was awesome. Right beside Mo, the like conservative Saskatchewan premier, who was like, I think it's beautiful. Let me find the video. He's basically trolling at this point. Like, I feel like that counts as trolling. The Devil Games, thank you.
Would you be against it if Trump buys Greenland instead of invading?
From who? I mean, I guess not. I don't like the expansion of American influence. Who's he buying it from? Denmark? Like, are we talking about the one where like, are we talking about the one where he's gonna send $10,000 to every Greenland citizen? He really is like, so he really is just like a shady real estate businessman till he fucking dies. Real good, Boston, thank you. Yeah, he's gonna bribe the King of Denmark specifically. Like, would I be mad if the fucking moon turned into cheese? I guess so. I don't know. I don't think that's gonna happen. And also it's like, well, in that sense, he already kind of has Greenland. This is what's so perplexing about it is it's like he has Greenland. He can do another mineral deal. He can add another U.S. military base. He wants the lettering to say United States of America on it. But I see it as a bad move for just like society, for the world as it exists. I would see it as bad. Probably, yeah. I don't know what frame of reference we're talking about. I think he's getting less control over Greenland. Well, it depends on what he fucking does. He could still just fucking invade them. This is what I don't understand. Like, he can press the button. Who's gonna stop him? Who, like, tell me who's gonna stop him?
We also took the Gulf of Mexico, and now it's the Gulf of America. Because we have 92% of the shoreline. It always bothered me. I'd say, you know, we have most of the shoreline. Mexico has a small percentage, talks about 8%. We have 92%. And I said, why is it the Gulf of Mexico?
He's literally saying, like, it's an impassable terrain. It should be our color. It's unfair. It's unfair that the oasis in the Sahara does not turn into my color if I control North Africa and West Africa. It's not fair.
It should be the Gulf of America. I was going to call it the Gulf of Trump, but I thought that I would be killed if I did that. I wanted to do it. I wanted to. My people worked so hard. Sir, I don't think it'll look too good.
The idea that it's so, like, he's in the state of his brain where it's clearly dying, that he's, like, telling everyone he's broadcasting that he had to he had to be talked out of calling it the Gulf of Trump.
I'm telling you, it's a good thing. And it'll be hotter than ever, I said. No, but I decided not to do that.
Don't siege Greenland, take it immediately.
Joking, you know, when I say that. I was not going to call it the Gulf of Trump.
He's cooked.
Because tomorrow it'll be, Trump wanted to call it the Gulf of Trump, but he was rebuffed by his people. My people don't rebuff me too much. Right?
No, you're right. Actually, you know what? That's true. Your people don't rebuff you that much.
Gulf of Trump. That does have a good ring, though. Maybe we could do that. It's not too late.
He's so cooked, man. Oh, man, he's so cooked. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. He could do it. Who's gonna stop him? Serbia. I would have preferred Serbia personally. No bias whatsoever. Oh yeah, I ran into a random old man a couple days ago who just like started talking to me. I think he asked if he could, like, I was taking a photo and he was like, "Do you want me to take your photo?" And I was like, "Sure." And he had like the voice. I was like, "My relatives have this accent." And he ended up being Serbian, and he was very happy to see another Serb. But he asked me like which church I was going to, and if like my parents had like which church my parents took me to when I was growing up, which is like none. The answer is we were not going to an Orthodox church when I was growing up. Like we were going the same direction on the walk, so I don't like, who's I telling, I was going to Hagia Sophia, yeah. Contrap, thank you for the tier 2 for 6 months in advance. Thank you so much. Who's telling me that like the strangest people come up to me and like start saying shit? Because he mentioned that he has kids who are all like men, but he was like saying that like he didn't want to set me up with them because he's like, well, I'm sure that you're doing fine, like you have enough options as is. Frisbee, thank you. The Hitler particles in the Serbian Orthodox Church in North America have to be crazy. Yeah. I feel like at least 1/5 of all Hitler particles coming out of the city of Chicago come from like the Serbian population. But yeah, then he spent like a bunch of time complaining about his kids, because he was like, they're just so lazy and they just like drink, like they don't work hard enough. Play Money Crusher, thank you. So he just like complained about them. Do you have any push-up bra? Just get an insert. That's the real cheat code, is an insert. So yeah, that was a fascinating. I told him they should have become streamers. Yeah, that was a guy who like, he asked me like, what do you do? Are you in, school? And I was like, sure. Like, I'm not explaining this to you. Means my hair color is working as intended. What is that? Does that mean, I don't understand what that means? You need to explain it to me. I'm very stupid. Yeah, his sons are kick streamers. Yeah. I feel like being raised by like the average Serbian male would turn you into like a kick streamer. What's an insert? Just Google it. It's a thing you insert into the bra that pushes it up. I guess I explained it to you. You don't have to Google it now, so I guess you're welcome. Oh, there's a exact same pigment as the one in the motherland. That's true. That's true. Serbian women love going blonde. They're obsessed with it. Also, folks, if you haven't, what I'm obsessed with is subscribing to Livagar on Twitch using my Amazon Prime account. Actually, that would probably be not allowed, I assume. I don't know. I haven't. Visual learner. Do you want me to show you the country of Serbia? What if, like, I like the idea of a guy who like says that he's a visual learner, just like in general. Because there's the thing of like, what does a boob look like? I'm a visual learner. Dude, thank you. What is what if fashion Which again, it's too tight. That's what you. Sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know why. I don't know how to fix that actually. But it's cute. I actually don't think this is perfectly square. It's very easy. I like crochet because it's like something that can't be automated. Do you know that, chat? Like a robot, a machine can't do it because the action is like so. It requires like an amount of accuracy, whereas like a sewing machine very famously exists. So it's cool. It's like, you know, it's handmade or whatever. I'm sure that they'll fucking can't do it yet. I mean, I'm sure that would be if crochet people had their own like Luddite movement like now. Because like for sewers, it was over before it even started. You know, we're talking 19th century, presumably. I would assume so. Maybe. No, surely not the 18th century. Which is that was the Luddites were a reaction to automation, actually. Which is funny when people when like anti-AI stuff is used as a pejorative for Luddites. Well, because it's more than just like AI, like it's just like artists getting out of work, I guess. But it's like, I mean, yeah, it's a bad product of automation. Is people are out of their jobs, among many other things.
White people happy.
Exactly. Thank you. Is there machines? Okay. Is it the it's a thing that can only do single stitch or something? All right. Thank you for the hype train, everyone. Oh yeah, I was in a movie. That was fun. That happened right before I got sick. I hope that wasn't like a super spreader event for the minor cold that I got. But that was fun. My life a movie. Yeah, can I say it was a castration movie, part 3, which is an indie film that's by my friend Louise, and I have a minor role in it. And it was fun. So I'll be in part 3. I play a lady named Apple, and she's like an AI tech lady, which is very funny considering, considering the allegations. Considering my belief in AI, it's quite funny. I'm not very good at it. I'm not very good at acting, but people say, "What does Apple do in the castration movie?" You gotta watch it. You gotta find out. When is it coming out? Sometime this year, I think. I think it's like soon, actually. I don't know. But yeah, no, it was fun. Is it on Letterboxd? Yeah. It's got a Wikipedia page. I love the Wikipedia app. I deleted my just like Chrome browser. And I've been on ongoing anthology drama film series written and directed by Louise Weird. The first part, Castration Movie Anthology 1. Released in 2024. Released in 2025. How much of Castration? I watched it because I was gonna be in it. I was like, it's not the only reason. I was in the middle of it, but then I was like, well, I should probably actually watch all of it, considering I'm in the universe. There are, my scene is, there's a lot of, I feel like, no. It's so annoying when I do something and I'm like, I bet this is going to start discourse. But Louise already posted a photo of me in Philosophy Tube in it. And I was like, the quote tweets are going to be so annoying on this. There's a couple other ladies as well. It was very fun. I enjoyed it. I'm not my experience there is like, I can only do the character that is vaguely me. Like anything outside of a character that's me is probably not something I'm gonna be especially good at. But it was I mean, it's unlike, I think, most movies. It's funny that this is like, I was in the movie, yeah. Where it really is just like you have a general kind of, at least with the scene that I was in that was structured, it's like you have a general idea of the structure. Like, we're gonna hit these beats, and then it's like a lot of it's just riffing, and then you riff for long enough, and then you include what's good and what is, starring Livagar as herself, a rich AI tech lady. Yes, exactly. It was really plain. It's really just, I'm doing really important work in AI. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know what else to say about that. It was very fun. I really liked, like, you don't really see it in the specific scene, but like building up the character and her like lore. You have an official Letterboxd page now. Wow. Is that how that works? I don't understand what having a Letterboxd page means. No, like a lady who works in AI and thinks that it's gonna take over the world or whatever. But yeah, anyway. I think I'll be back later. Maybe said she'd be happy to flesh out my character. So we'll see. Anyway. No, I did not play it like Elizabeth Holmes. I played it like how I am a little bit. It was just like, what if I had my mannerisms and all my, but then I also was insanely rich off of AI and loved Nick Land. So just, me, obviously. But anyway, you should watch the movie. It's good. I said this before. It's a good film. My favorite, it would be funny if I was like, I should have said that. That would have been really funny, actually. It just cuts to me explaining to someone, like, the thing that people don't understand is that, like, a burger is like 10,000 times the amount of water as a submitted to Canes. It got, I think it got, the part 2 got like a shortlisted for one of those film festivals. I can't remember which one. Have you seen Queen of Coal? I see Queen of Coal every fucking day when I look in the mirror. Sorry. No, is that a movie? I don't know what that is. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. Sorry. I'm sorry. There's 2 types of loving Nick Land and one is worse, but the other one's still not good. Anyway. So that was fun. I don't know if there's anything more to say about that. But acting is definitely not for me. I don't think it's for me. Anyway, what else has been happening? The Greenland stuff. I guess we can continue talking about that. I was in the middle of talking about that, and then I didn't. It's been so nice not being on the internet really at all. I've just like had no scrolling at all whatsoever. So I'm like doing things that I like actually enjoy, and I don't do purely because like they're basically just like a Skinner box of like mystery surprise dopamine. Which is all that is. Like if you actually think about how much you enjoy things when you scroll, like you don't actually enjoy it for the most part. It's just like it's the P.F. Skinner experiment where you put a rat, or is it a bird, in a box. It's unlike the film though. Don't think of that one. It was a pigeon, and in one of the boxes they press a button. I'm butchering this because it's been a long time since I thought about behaviorists, and by that I mean like 6 months. And in one case, it presses a button and then food comes out. And in that case, the pigeon presses the button as much as it needs to be hungry, and then it stops. But if there's another box, and it presses the button in this box, and sometimes food comes out. And for some reason, our stupid lizard brain, like, seeks like fulfillment in a way, that makes, you know, I guess the pigeon in this case, but any, I think, somewhat intelligent being that can like associate experiences in this way, to continue pressing it again and again, even when there's like a sufficient amount of like food in the little the petri dish for them. It was not a petri dish. I don't know why I said petri. So, you know, there's clearly something about that indeterminacy that means that an animal is like not searching directly for food, but some sort of abstract reward, you know, related to probability. So you're searching for, instead of the concrete enjoyment from the food, the act of wondering, you know, it's gambling basically. I guess it is similar to gambling in a certain sense. That's why gambling works so well. Really, if you think about it, TikTok is just like gambling. It's like gambling, but you know.
I am gay.
Truly, thank you. But the reward is just like your life. It's just like the spare time that you have. That's like all that you have, and you know, is a finite amount that, and the house always wins. So yeah, I mean, I found that thinking about the concrete enjoyment I gained from going on it really helped. Of like, have I been enjoying myself here, or have I been just like conditioned to think like, well, there's a possibility that a banger is going to come up on my feed, and being in that state of possibility is so much easier than like having to actually do something else that requires like thought, and some sort of like conscious mental investment. Delayed variable rewards, that's the technical term. Thank you. So yeah, I've been reading. I'm in the middle of, I finished The Hobbit, which was fine. And I'm on to Lord of the Rings, because you have to read it before, you have to do The Hobbit before Lord of the Rings. Reading Tolkien is interesting. I was seeing this guy, and I was like telling him about how I really like the lore of like Song of Ice and Fire. That I'm really, and he was like, "How have you not read Lord of the Rings? Like, that's the fucking fantasy lore book." So I was like, "Yeah, I should probably do that." And yeah, I mean, it's a bit like, this is a hilarious analogy, but like watching Seinfeld, where you're like, that's such a fucking cliche, and it's like, he came up with that. That's like, they started doing that because they copied him. But it is a little bit like, you know, what's the Bourdain, like the goods, it's like, oh yeah, that's really that he thought of doing all this. That's kind of crazy. But the bads is very much so like, the Bourdain quote about, was it Laos or Cambodia, of like, when you go to Cambodia, you'll never want to stop beating Henry Kissinger to death with your bare hands. You know, like similarly, where it's like the concept of an evil race is probably not good. It's probably not good to make all of the good races like basically different types of white people. You know, like like the hobbits are obviously like just like European peasant, I guess. The elves are like Germanic. Like, they're taken from Germanic lore, but they're like insanely white people. They're like extra white. They're like if Yakub like got into the lab one extra time, it was like, these white people are not white enough, you know, like, yeah, the hobbits are idealized yeomen, Yes, because they're very much so like freeholding, kind of civilized freeholding, like farmers, and they're not especially adventurous, famously. Which is not to say they're not, like, they're still industrious. What is the quote? Tolkien has become a sort of mountain, appearing in all subsequent fantasy in a way that Mount Fuji appears often in Japanese prints. Sometimes it's big and up close, sometimes it's just shape on the horizon, sometimes it's not there at all, which means that the artist has either made a deliberate decision against the mountain, so he's dialectical, which is interesting in itself, or is in fact standing on Mount Fuji. It's dialectical. Even when it is not included, it is included. In virtue of it being it's relational. The rejection, the negation is related to. If you had to read 8 hours a day, times a week for your job, would you enjoy reading in your spare time? I can't answer that because I used to be in grad school, and the answer is. Bourdain of the material down before the historical dialecticism. He was close to comrade. Historical dialecticism is great. For some reason, that reminds me of that, the Snapchat where the white guy is like, your Filipinality is like hella cute. It's like, the word that's like being reached for. Doesn't help that Jackson shot the adaptation in the most Riefenstahlian way possible. I've only watched that as a kid. I kind of don't remember what happens. But yeah, and then like I guess the dwarves are like. I guess this is the thing about the problem with making different types of races in general, especially if you're like J.R.R. Tolkien, is like. I can't say that I remember. I'm sure Tolkien does somewhere. I cannot remember an instance where Tolkien mentions the skin color of like hobbits and dwarves. Dwarves are Silesian. Yeah, I was gonna go maybe Czech or something. But like he's thinking they're all fucking white, right? Like they all have light skin, obviously. Elves, of course. I mean, yeah, that's obviously built into that. But dwarves have a Semitic language that's fascinating. Interesting. Dwarves represents a Jewish culture. So are you saying that like when Frodo or when Bilbo, helps kill Smaug or whatever, and then they inhabit the mountain again, that's like Israel? I can't remember which mountain that is, even though I just read it. Those are things that I don't remember. That's basically. This Misty Mountain is basically Israel. Well, it makes you think. But yeah, what are the other races? Because then there's like the bad ones, right? There's the evil ones, which I guess are like the defense is like, well, listen, this isn't a defense. This isn't a defense at all. Listen, these races were originally good, but then they were corrupted by some malevolent being, some malevolent power out there has like enslaved them and corrupted their good-natured spirit, right? Like orcs are corrupted elves, right? What if that's the real truth, is that orcs are the white people and that Sauron is Yakub? It's not the race, it's their culture. It's like, because that too, I mean, I'm sure you can, but like that was like OG race science, like OG Kantian, like race science, or before like, what is the distinction there? Like before like modern kind of Darwinian style race science was I believe it's like based on Aristotle and his image that like if you go and live in a hot area for long enough, it changes your temperament and makes you irrational. Because it's like, you know, when I, as a British guy, I'm in any environment above 15 degrees Celsius, it makes me like irrational and angry. So clearly their entire culture is built around, you know, and it's kind of just that basically, but like a fantastical version of it. Makes sense. I mean, it makes that's the real truth. It makes sense, but only for white people. Only for any white society where white people go into an area that's really hot is that they become extra evil. I mean, the easiest one right there is like Israel. It's right, you know. Something, you know, skin cancer rates top in the world or something. What are the other evil races? Then there's the goblins. I can't remember the goblin lore. I'm sure I'll figure it out in the books. Even makes you invisible. Okay, this New Pergos chatter, this pisses me off because this was a point that I was going to make, and now you've made it. And so it looks like I'm gonna fucking copy you. But that was what I was thinking. Was with the ring, it's the Ring of Gyges. It's from Plato's Republic. It's like the thought experiment about the thing. You don't have to actually say sorry. That was just, you had an original thought, which is good. It's like the thought experiment, as I vaguely remember it, that like, what if someone had unlimited power, even if he was a good person and he could do whatever he wants? Like, what would you do? Which is like, I was thinking like, is that what having a ring that turns you invisible gives you, is the ability to do anything you want? Like, I guess so, technically. But I feel like there's a lot that I would still want to do. It's the lack of consequences, being able to do something without consequences. I don't, like, in my mind, without thinking of the thought experiment, I feel like it's less, that gives you a lot less than, like, maybe something Plato is talking up. Which is literally that it's like, if someone was a moral, just person, and they could literally do whatever they want for the rest of their lives, would they still be moral? It's how I vaguely remember that discussion happening. But then, you know, in the fucking Lord of the Rings, it's a ring and it makes you invisible. But it is what, like, there is a component of the ring, right, that like corrupts you beyond just being able to turn invisible. Like, yeah, because I guess like Bilbo starts calling it his precious, even though like, well, he's like a hardy. Modern internet is kind of shit. This is, I already know this is going to be a gem, where you can't mention that the streamer is hot as fuck and has great tits without getting banned. Will ban me. If I had unlimited power with the ring, that is what I would do with no consequences. Yeah, I can't ban you after you say that. Of course not. Maybe that's why I don't think that having a ring gives you unlimited power, is that I'm just on the internet. Like if I posted a hot take that I have, that I think is obviously correct, and I was wearing the fucking ring, it wouldn't matter. You're still posting the take. Right, it tries to get you closer to Sauron, of course. Mr. Smithy, thank you. Yeah. That's right. That's what's going on there. Right, yes. Which is why it changes size, because the ring was like, well, I don't need Smeagol anymore. So it fell off. Close to Zoron, yeah. That's true. I mean, I'm sure that what is the term they use? Like, I'm sure that someone in America has called him like the Dark Lord at this point. Just based on percentage points, that's not like that's not a new sentence. They don't. A person who does not know Lord of the Rings. Obviously, it's a. How should you love Lord of the Rings? I mean, I can see why. I can see why. Yeah. Again, it's the thing of like you never want to stop beating Tolkien to death with your bare hands, which is not which is a quote first off Twitch. It is not a death threat because Tolkien is dead. What is the bit where it's like I'm sure some problematic person started of like I would never, harm J.R.R. Tolkien, but like if I was in like a self-defense situation with J.R.R. Tolkien, like oof. Was that this? Probably, I'm sure that's like a Sam Hyde thing or something. Yeah, it is Sam Hyde. Okay, yeah. God damn it. He's dead. I didn't even know he was sick. R.I.P. Tolkien. Lord of the Rings was 37-49. I mean, it's Israel from first principles, I guess. I mean, that's the concept of, Zionism. Was already like in the 20s. It was a thing that a professor of, was he a professor of language or something? He was a linguist or something. What was his academic position? Would have been well aware of in British society. Certainly. And the idea of like we were forced out of our land and we're trying to reclaim it is like I mean, of course. Was he a Germanist? Of course he was. See, that's the thing when people don't like that the right takes Lord of the Rings. It's like, oh, he's a philologist. Okay, yeah. I said it's Germanism. It's like, it's kind of theirs. like you can enjoy a thing that is like you could, like Dune. Like it's very clear to me that Frank Herbert is a conservative. He's a very right wing, well, maybe not very right wing. One of the weird like conservative Hegelians. But like it's very clear that he is like his character that knows everything and understands the world is like a paleoconservative, right? Like the worm becomes trad. The worm gets all of the memories and then he becomes a trad guy. It's like the conservatives who are smart enough to understand that like, especially historically, but continue like the state is like an evil thing that does a lot of bad. It does a profound amount of bad is the like one of the primary, if not the primary drivers of historical suffering and violence. But he justifies it in a trad. That's like the thing about I'm sure someone said this, that like the difference between like an anarchist and like a smart conservative is the definition of necessary hierarchy. Because it's like, listen, I get it. It's bad, like, what is the worm guy obsessed with? The worm guy is such a funny. Obsessed with in Dune is like Pharaohism. That like the despotism of the early kingdom, I guess, pharaohs, the Egyptian civilization is like, has run rampant in later states that it's based on. That's where it started to go. The worm wife guy, yes, is a classic. The classic quote, the Bene Tleilaxu engineer a woman that is like so hot in a specific way that the god emperor worm is gonna want to, like, despite not being human functionally anymore, like the human parts of him are like really gonna want to like fuck her. It's not really like, I think it's more like a kind of, not inept. What is the like inept aesthetic appreciation? He wants to fuck her, but he can't. This is the fourth Dune book. But then he like marries. He's the emperor, and then he marries this lady, and he says quite literally, "We shall be worm and wife." Impotence. Yes, there's an impotence. I always forget that word. I don't know why. Is there some like like a Freudian? If I was like in a like a Freudian psychoanalytic session of that would mean a lot to the analysand or whatever. But yeah, anyways, I do think Lord of the Rings is pretty trad, probably. George R. R. Martin George R. R. Martin's a hippie, but like one of the actually like woke hippies, like the hippie that like now supports trans people, because that is literally just what he is. I still haven't seen, what's it called? I gotta watch it. I've heard it's good. It's like fun in the way that the book is fun. The new A Song of Night of the Seven Kingdoms is the Duncan Egg one, yeah. I mean, we just said like we're giving up on. George was like flexing on us about like, I could write more of Winds of Winter, but I've chosen not to, or whatever. There's just like other stuff I have to do. He's just flexing on us at this point. It's never gonna get written. That's fine. That's fine. This series is good. I mean, it is a shame because there's so much I feel like that's supposed to happen in. It's better unfinished. I agree. I just also want Dance, or sorry, not Dance the Dragons. I also want Winds of Winter. Like that's the point that it's done. Like we don't get spring. Obviously, he can't wrap it all together. I want to know what's gonna fucking happen in Marine. I want to know what's gonna happen with Crow's Eye. Like that guy's gonna do some fucked up. He's gonna try to summon it. I want to know what happens in the north with the battle, the lighthouse. What is Stannis gonna do? What are the other like kind of interesting point? Obviously, whatever the fuck is happening in King's Landing, with the mess that Cersei has got herself into, I don't think that Marjorie is gonna get blown up. I don't think it's gonna be like in the show. Daenerys has been shitting in a field for like 14 years. That was like the last thing in A Song of Ice and Fire, right? Is her shitting in that field. Yeah, Arya's still in Bravos. There's just like a lot of things that are clearly being set up for wins that I want to know what's happening. I want to see. Anyway, that is another thing I noticed with the Lady Stoneheart stuff. Young Griff, of course. How's Young Griff's invasion gonna go? Something that's completely cut out of the books or of the show, because he's probably I do like the theory that he is what is the Targaryen cadet branch, that like Varys is also probably one of those. Someone in my chat knows. Blackfire, yeah. What do you think of the take that season 8 and just how he actually planned it? I think that he probably planned like Bran being the king or something, in a way that like makes sense. Maybe. But it won't matter. We don't know. We'll never know. Yeah, Bran as king is very like, I don't think D&D came up with that. And it's so weird in the story that they wrote. I don't understand why he. Um. Yes. No. The showrunners, they could have had way more, a couple more seasons at least, but they wanted to do like, was it like a Star Wars project, and then they lost that fucking project because of the horrific performance. Wait, hold on. It's kind of cold. They're doing Three Body Problem, right? Which I heard was fine. That's another book that's good. Another one that's like, just like, the politics of that book are fucking insane. The point is that like the environmentalists are evil, and that they're trying to stifle human progress, which, as far as I'm aware, is like a thing, that is a concept that is discussed in China. Like, that is a Chinese discourse. That's what I'm looking for. We're never getting anything in Level Vandor again. Yeah, feels bad, man. Don't be sad that it's over. It is, yeah. Because the conservative faction of like American discourse isn't like developmentalist enough to come to that conclusion. Environmentalists win. Let's go. Anti-environmentalism with Chinese characteristics. Exactly. It's so cool that I can go to China soon without needing a visa. Thank you, President Xi. How many is that common? Like, Americans certainly cannot go to to China. Yeah, I'm clearly flexing on you. The new trade deal between Mark Carney and between China and Canada. I believe the main things are that it's going to change. We can import removing most of the tariffs on electric vehicles from China. I believe they're removing their tariffs on canola oil, because like the prairies make a lot of that. Which is why the premier of Saskatchewan was there. Which, like, he is a real proper fucking oaf. Like, he's a North American oaf. So I want to know his impression of China. The canola oil must flow. And then Carney mentioned that China will now allow Canadians to visit without a visa. What city? I feel like you can't go wrong with like Shanghai. Go to like Chongqing, or it's Qing because it's a Q. That's how anglicization of Chinese words. That one's cool. I like that one. Chengdu. Watch Lamau play for the Guangdong Tigers. Hot Pot Capital, Chongqing. That sounds good. Yes, Chengdu is like the reputation for the gays, right? How's my squat? It's kind of washed. I haven't been going to the gym. Since I got COVID like a while ago, I was like, well, I take a month off, and then I just haven't been back. I gotta get back into it. Get my Bulgarian split squats, and I don't know if that was why you asked that question. I'm sure there was a joke there that I'm not picking up on. The queer culture there is they dress up all fancy. That's sick. I love getting sick, bro. You get stop getting sick so often. I love getting sick. I'm obsessed with it. I'm getting sick all the time. I can't stop getting sick. Isn't that queer culture everywhere? I guess so. I mean, dressing up. I don't think people really dress up in Vancouver. Um, at all. So probably not here. Um, despite that reputation for gay people. When I see it 6 so I can stay home and play video games. The problem with me is that I don't like. I just like. I work when I want to, and so when I work less, I just make less money. Like I can't like I can't tell Twitch like I'm taking like a holiday. Can you just like fucking feed me in some gift subs? Can you give me some gift subs? Like it's like no, you gotta go to the people. Um, no sick days. We need to unionize. Yes. What you should do is give me money. Do shatters. Um, yeah, I'm an independent contractor, I think is how that works. The lizard doesn't give vacation time. But this is the lizard's vacation. He loves just hanging out.
Is that a brown
Taco,
bear?
thank you. Give me money because you read so many messages. It's the benefit of going to a smaller streamer. Is that it's not just parasocial, it's really social, and you are my friend. Especially when you give me money. See, the problem, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that, because, like, write more Substack. I want to write more Substack. I should. I was thinking about writing one soon. I'm gonna write one this week. About, like, and this makes come as a surprise, because my unreflexive opinion about this, and the jokes I make sound a little bit different. But about, like, the, like, when woke comes back stuff, and how, like, naive it is. That it's like, no, this is just the descent into fascism. And continues to be, even if the Dems came into power and they locked up everyone in the fucking Trump administration. Like, this is the path that America has always been on. And, you know, like, the liberals in America being fucking stupid and conceding a lot of power stuff. Neo, thank you. Ceding a lot of institutions to conservatives in a completely fucking unforced way. It accelerated that process, certainly. But, like, if this wasn't a process a slow descent that, like, the current liberal political economic order had, like, a solution to, how did I structure that sentence? If they did have a solution to this process and ability to prevent it, then how the fuck did Trump become the president twice? In 2 different times, the second of which he won the fucking popular vote. It's clearly because there's an audience for that and that it works. Because people are easily tricked because they're irrational and like very easy to manipulate. Prefer if China becomes the global power. I feel like the real truth about that is that, like, and this is, like, it's clear, like, Carney making this decision is very clear to me because he is, like, a smart, cynical banker. That it's clear that, like, the non-American institutions who are smart and can see which way the wind is blowing are just like, this is our stable overlord. Like, we're gonna switch vassalage to these guys. Because, like, what is sovereignty for a medium-sized, even, like, medium-sized global north capitalist nation state as a concept? It's the capacity for capital and the national bourgeois class, capital to flow in the national bourgeois class to broadly get what it wants within the bounds of like some sort of somewhat stable capitalist system, or like economic or a legal order that facilitates the capitalist system, and it's clear that like the Canadian and the American bourgeoisie is also kind of making this decision, but it's clear that for the Canadian industrialists, like China's a much easier bet. Is there a video of this speech we can watch?
Read Mark Carney's full speech on middle powers navigating a rapidly changing world. We actively take on the world as it is.
That's not. We want something. I like that it's in French first. I mean, I guess watch Prime Minister Carney's full speech. It's right here. Perfect. I'm gonna get a snack while this starts.
It is both a pleasure and a duty to be with you tonight in this pivotal moment that Canada and the world are going through. Today I will talk about a rupture in the world order, the end of a pleasant fiction and the beginning of a harsh reality where geopolitics, where the large main power geopolitics is submitted to no limits, no.
It's dubbed because he's speaking French.
On the other hand, I would like to tell you that the other countries, especially intermediate powers like Canada, are not powerless. They have the capacity to build a new order that encompasses our values, such as respect for human rights, sustainable development, solidarity, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of the various states. The power of the less power starts with honesty.
Also, obviously, it's fucking bullshit. What are all of these concepts practically mean? Like, concretely, even the sovereignty is just like a chimera for capital, for the free flowing of capital, for the wishes of the bourgeois class and the concomitant economic political order that supports them. That remains true regardless of whether Canada is a vassal of the United States or, inshallah, China.
It seems that every day we're reminded that we live in an era of great power rivalry, that the rules-based order is fading, that the strong can do what they can and the weak must suffer what they must. And this aphorism of Thucydides is presented as inevitable.
Oh, he's such a fucking poli-sci graduate. Thucydides.
As the natural logic of international relations reasserting itself. And faced with this logic, there is a strong tendency for countries to go along to get along, to accommodate, to avoid trouble, to hope that compliance will buy safety. Well, it won't.
You know that our conspiracies are real? Well, it's not a conspiracy in the sense of like conspiracy theorists, where it's like they can identify one guy who is planning to do an evil thing and bringing along his friends. Like it's the totality of the social political system. You know, you can uphold it and facilitate without like conspiring with other people.
So what are our options?
There are conspiracies to better uphold it that we can like concretely point out, but like that's the problem with conspiratorial thinking, is that it lacks a structural analysis and makes the assumption that like, well, if we find these bad guys, like a classic articulation of this, and you could see like the point about like structural anti-Semitism and like the pseudo critique of capital, like it makes sense of like it's not a conspiracy, it's a meta. Exactly. For gamer talk, to translate Marxism to gamers. What was I gonna say? What was I gonna say? Wait, fuck. I was talking about conspiracy theories and how there's a lack of a structural analysis. Oh yeah, in like this sort of type of anti-capitalism where it's like, well, the problem is just that like the profits from production, from the economic system, are developed in an inequitable way. They go towards, let's say, imperialism when they should go towards the, you know, the welfare of the people. Tylenol for moms, thank you. When like the response to that is like, well, the problem with capitalism is the firm, not that the firm has a boss. It's not where the surplus value goes, it's the fact that there is surplus value. You can see this with a lot of like crude, like you could say sloppulist, like so let's say socialism, and then also like this comes into the like national socialist, the fascist articulation of this, that it's literally, you know, the obsession with Jewish international capital, which is blended very perfectly in the middle in the like American Communist Party guys, is that like they have no problem with the economic system itself. They just think that there's this conspiracy to take all of the surplus value from that economic system and invest it in ways that are evil. Which, of course, those evil investments we can point to and say, well, that is bad that happened. But fundamentally, that is a product of the economic system and the violence and domination that it is predicated upon. The exploitation, domination, dispossession that it is predicated upon. That is going to continue to exist if you have the capitalist system, the relations of production themselves. Yeah.
1978, the Czech dissident Václav Havel, later president, wrote an essay called The Power of the Powerless. And in it, he asked a simple question: how did the communist system sustain itself?
Speaking of speaking of communism, Tylenol, thank you. We love talent, autism, don't we love it, folks, don't we? When am I going to China? I need to go to fucking China, bro. That was so cool. I had a tweet about that. I saw a little bit about it. I'm sure it got worse. Because I popped into Twitter to make a joke about the trade deal. Because, you know, I'm getting ready to learn Chinese. You know, it's like the meme. And I remember like the comments were like, so are you finally gonna not be a fucking liberal about China? Which is, it's a funny articulation of supporting like a capitalist state or whatever. But it's like, no, I mean, as far as capitalist states go, especially in terms of like visiting a country, like China's great. Yeah, I don't like. Yeah, it's like, as far as that goes, especially at an interpersonal level of you know. Sure, that's awesome. It's just.
And his answer began with a greengrocer.
You know. Like, I don't know. If there are a bunch of people on the fucking internet that were saying that Bosnia was a communist country, and I was like, obviously, it's not a fucking. Are you guys stupid? And then I was like, you know, me and Sarajevo, it's like, well, I still want to go to. I don't care that Bosnia is a capitalist country. I would still very much so like to visit Sarajevo. I think it's you know, beautiful country. Bad example. Is that just because I'm Serbian? Is insert Serbian person going to Sarajevo joke? Do you think capitalists run the Chinese government? I mean, yes, in the literal sense that most like high-level bureaucrats in China are generally also members of the capitalist class. Is that not an objective fact? Like, does anyone contest that is a fact? Like, citing empirical data to state otherwise? Not me. Well, fair enough. I'm confined to Banja Luka. Oh well, that's fine. It's objectively the case. Yeah, I thought that was objectively the case. I didn't think that there was in dispute. I thought that the dispute was that it was like, listen, you have to understand that, like, but they're still gonna do socialism. The government does have a fair amount of capitalist, but not to a toxic United States level. But that just seems like a unspecific or an explanation that requires more clarification of like, well, what does a toxic amount mean? What is concretely, empirically having a toxic amount mean? Like our state machinery is operated, our bureaucrats are broadly members of the capitalist class, but like they're nice about it. It lacks like an empirical, throw in because everyone, the marks of material like clarity about the situation, right? I guess not to argue with someone who I don't think was arguing with me, which is streamers love doing that. Streamers are obsessed with that. Yes, Luka Doncic is half Serb. He is as Serbian as I am. His dad is Serbian. Country that regulated as capitalist is still capitalist. I mean, yeah, like Marx. It's like a basic articulation, I believe, is that in it's Capital Volume 1, where Marx talks about the poor laws in Britain. That like the state in Britain functioned on the interests of like the national class itself, when like no lack of labor laws was like killing people at a rate that was like below replacement, right? Which is bad in the long term for the capitalist class interests. So the state, but like individual capitalists have the economic incentive to work the proletariat, their workers to death. So that the state intervenes on the interests of the class as a whole to say you all, like it's a fair playing ground, you all have to exploit them less. Which is, in the long term, good for the interests of the bourgeois, but like could only happen because of the coercive state infrastructure. Because, there's an economic incentive to not do that. Which is when people talk about like, oh, it's China kills their billionaires when they don't follow the rules. It's like, if I was a capitalist, I would hope that's what they would be doing to the billionaires who don't follow the rules. If I had like an interest in especially like a particular state, and the national economy thriving, I would hope that's what they would do.
Every morning, this shopkeeper places a sign in his window. Workers of the world unite.
True. You know what? Mark Carney is really speaking some fucking facts right now. Straight fucking gas. Someone clip it.
He doesn't believe it. No one does. But he places the sign anyway to avoid trouble, to signal compliance, to get along. And because every shopkeeper on every street does the same, the system persists.
That's actually, this is the thing about like the like libidinal pleasure. The deep level of like, that feels like it's a nonsense statement, but it still feels like it makes sense, of like the idea of the communists winning and then being like, well, we can allow businesses, but then also you have to say, like, to be a small business owner, you have to say Marx is right. Does bring me joy.
Not through violence alone, but through the participation of ordinary people in rituals they privately know to be false. Havel called this living within a lie. The system's power comes not from its truth, but from everyone's willingness to perform as if it were true.
Which it's weird, like he's articulating like this is like the American...
And its fragility comes from the same source. When even one person stops performing, when the...
Well, it's like the Chernobyl thing. Like that's the annoying type of communist had that discussion about like Chernobyl's propaganda or whatever. Because actually... the things going on in the Soviet energy sector in the 80s were based. Like, it is propaganda, but because it was like, oh, this is a lot like what happens with Donald Trump. And it's like, no, it's not. Those are totally different.
The green grocer
Those are totally different things. Like, let's not.
removes his sign, the illusion begins to crack. Friends, it is time for companies and countries to take their signs down. 4 decades.
Yeah, that's about America, American, you know, political, you know, like hegemony.
For decades, countries like Canada prospered under what we called the rules-based international order. We joined its institutions, we praised its principles, we benefited from its predictability. And because of that, we could pursue values-based foreign policies under its protection. We knew the story of the international rules-based order was partially false, that the strongest would exempt themselves when convenient, that trade rules were enforced asymmetrically. And we knew that international law applied with varying rigor depending on the identity of the accused or the victim. This fiction was useful, and American hegemony in particular helped provide public goods, open sea lanes, a stable financial system, collective security, and support for frameworks for resolving disputes.
Girl ephemeral, thank
So
you.
we placed the sign in the window. We participated in the rituals, and we largely avoided calling out the gaps between rhetoric and reality. This bargain no longer works. Let me be direct. We are in the midst of a rupture, not a transition. Over the past 2 decades, a series of crises in finance, health, energy, and geopolitics have laid bare the risks of extreme global integration. But more recently, great powers have begun using economic integration as weapons. Tariffs as leverage, financial infrastructure as coercion, supply chains
Great powers is like the funniest subtweet.
as vulnerabilities.
It's like, imagine like going on a date with someone, and like you order a burger, and then you're like, oh shoot, I forgot to get like the pickles taken out, and then you take them out yourself. And then he tweets like, I fucking hate when I'm on a date with someone and they can't eat the pickles in their burger. It's disgusting.
To be
like that's Trump right now. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean nations?
Live within the lie of mutual benefit through integration when integration becomes the source of your subordination.
Chelsea, thank you.
The multilateral institutions on which the middle powers have relied, the WTO, the UN, the COP, the architecture, the very architecture of collective problem solving are under threat. And as a result, many countries...
I'm not naming the specific nation, great power that I'm talking about. It was an American great power.
are drawing the same conclusions, that they must develop greater strategic autonomy in energy, food, critical minerals, in finance and supply chains. And this impulse is understandable. A country that can't feed itself, fuel itself, or defend itself has few options. When the rules no longer protect you, you must protect yourself. But let's be clear-eyed about where this leads. A world of fortresses will be poorer, more fragile, and less sustainable. And there's another truth. If great powers abandon even the pretense of rules and values for the unhindered pursuit of their power and interests, the gains from transactionalism will become harder to replicate. Hegemons cannot continually monetize their relationships. Allies will diversify to hedge against uncertainty. They'll buy insurance, increase options in order to rebuild sovereignty. Sovereignty that was once grounded in rules but will increasingly be anchored in the ability to withstand pressure.
It is interesting his usage of the term sovereignty, which I guess isn't like a controversial one, where it's like the regaining sovereignty from Trump's economic pressure by
room
diversifying.
knows this is classic risk management. Risk
economic.
management.
I mean, I don't like the Carney is being. It's interesting. Like, I feel like you even Tim during his campaign. This shows to me that he is a quite like a decisive. Mark Carney really is like a 20th century politician, which is weird because I was gonna say like he isn't cynical in a way that but it is actually something that is grown from cynicism. Yeah, that is odd because he has a lot of grandiose ideas about Canada's future and his role in it that are quite romantic. Romantic is probably a better way of explaining it. Imagine playing him on the stage. Oh yeah, no, probably would be. I was gonna live out there for a second, but I won't. He would be kissing Donald Trump's ass. You know, that's like the lib.
It comes at a price.
What am I even saying? Pausing this video to say.
But that cost of strategic autonomy, of sovereignty, can also be shared. Collective investments in resilience are cheaper than everyone building their own fortresses. Shared standards reduce fragmentations. Complementarities are positive sum. And the question for middle powers like Canada is not whether to adapt to the new reality. We must. The question is whether...
Oh yeah, but the question for quote unquote middle powers and like what sovereignty means is just like, in a certain sense, like bending over for now a plurality of people. It's like you can choose who you're bending over for.
We adapt by simply building higher walls, or whether we can do something more ambitious. Now, Canada was among
the 20th century politician. He has a lot of like, this is similar. Like he will invoke like the Carney has a lot of ideas as well about like the Canadian tradition, both being it's French and English. He was referencing the like is it like the Canadian emblem or whatever that has the fleur-de-lis, it has like the Scottish, it has the English. That he has an articulation of Canadian nationalism that is more thought out than like most other than like a Polyev, right? I'm explaining this poorly. I'm explaining this very poorly.
Leading us to fundamentally shift our strategic posture. Canadians know that our old comfortable assumptions that our geography and alliance memberships automatically conferred prosperity.
Like when he thinks of making a speech, he thinks it in like the FDR sense, where it's not for the median voter. He thinks of the office of the prime ministership as this like really important thing that deserves like a intrinsic respect. That you don't, whenever you talk, it isn't just for the median voter, which is the very Polyev kind of mass politics. Not even mass politics, a way of thinking about it.
Prosperity and security, that assumption is no longer valid.
Like Carney is cynical in a certain sense, but he very sincerely believes in international norms. Like, there's a paradox of him saying there's a new world order and that the norms are dead. In that it is like a deeply, it's cynical, but it's very deeply and horribly sincere about the underlying economic institutions that like necessitate the post-colonial order more broadly. Like Carney thinks that this is a new world order in the sense that like, well, the part of the post-colonial, economic liberal capitalist order where America is dominant is over.
and you will atone. Am I getting through to you, Mr. Beale?
This is to say, like, to pause this. Oh, I should probably wait for it to. But this feels as if it comes across as if it is completely cynical, right? Nothing it's just circulation of capital. But if you think about it for a little bit, it's actually horrifically, ideological. This is a person who really fundamentally believes in the current relations of production, the capitalist system, which is to say, this Mr. Beale fellow has like upset the primal forces of nature, like the very thing that everything is contingent upon. So you think, like, with the Carney cynicism, that it's actually believes in nothing. It's like he believes in so much more, in a certain sense, that in terms of what's the present state of things, than like you do. Because he thinks that all of this is necessary and that you can't conceive of any world beyond the one that's right now. It's incredibly sincere. It's profoundly filled with delusion. He thinks that those relations are real in virtue of just the fact that they're natural and inevitable. It's simply nature.
You get up on your little 21-inch screen and howl about America and democracy. There is no America. There is no democracy. There is only IBM and ITT and AT&T and DuPont, Dow, Union Carbide, and Exxon. Those are the nations of the world today. What do you think the Russians talk about in their councils of state? Karl Marx? They get out their linear programming charts, statistical decision theories, Minimax solutions, and compute the price-cost probabilities of their transactions and investments, just like we do. We no longer live in a world of nations and ideologies, Mr. Beale. The world is a college of corporations, inexorably determined by the immutable bylaws of business. The world is a business, Mr. Beale. It has been since man crawled out of the slime.
Dude, it's just natural. Man crawled out of the slime. It's a world of all against all. A war of all against all. And that war in its modern developed end of history context manifests itself through the accumulation and circulation of capital. Everything else, because there's a certain component where you think like, oh, as a Marxist, obviously, yes, the superstructure and the base, like the political system, the system of private property, the legal code, it has to respond in some way to facilitate the circulation of capital. Just at the basis of, like, when a nation has rules that don't facilitate that at a stable, continual amount, like, they'll be far less competitive, right? It's a Darwinian, which is why it doesn't have to be a conspiracy. It doesn't have to be like the lawyers are like, what helps capitalism best? They learn practically which economic system, which the concrete details of the system of private property, which best facilitate the accumulation of capital.
And our children will live.
But then the problem, and this is the critique that Marx makes of the bourgeois political economists, is that they look at this and then they assume that it is natural. They assume that it is trans-historical, that this is just a part of it's human nature, as Smith said, to like truck barter and exchange, and not that there's a very particular relation of production that produces a type of human being that is like that, and that type of human being and more specific, that type of relations of production can be transcended.
Mr. Beale, to see that perfect world in which there's no war or famine oppression, or brutality. One vast and ecumenical holding company for whom all men will work to serve a common profit, in which all men will hold a share of stock, all necessities provided, all anxieties tranquilized, all boredom amused. I have chosen
Do I apply same major?
you, Mr. Beale.
Oh yeah, I need to
preach
watch
this
I
adventure.
need to watch this fucking movie. I have a philosophy MA. I was gonna do political studies, which is the Canadian poli sci, because it's not a science really, is it? But I didn't like any of the people in it. Sean, thank you.
And our new approach rests on what Alexander Stubb, the president of Finland, has termed value-based realism. Or to put another way, we aim to be both principled and pragmatic. Principled in our commitment to fundamental values, sovereignty, territorial integrity, the prohibition of the use of force except when...
I'm excited for the Finlandization of Canada. Wasn't that so cool that like literally fucking 2 years ago, Biden is flexing on everyone about like, come on, man, they talk about the Finlandization of NATO. They need to talk about the NATOization of Finland. And then like two years later, Donald Trump like wipes his ass with the NATO constitution and then rips it up.
Consistent with the UN Charter.
It is really the worst time to get into NATO. That must, like, all of those fucking NAFO people who like really got into NATO in like 2022. Do you think it's like the equivalent of like on the left, like the, you know, communists, where it's like, we used to have a fucking superpower, you know, we used to have the German Revolution, there was so much going on, and now we're cooked. They're like, NATO used to be so important, and now it's just getting fucking
And respect for human rights.
we're washed.
And pragmatic in recognizing that progress is often incremental, that interests diverge, that not every partner will share all of our values. So we're engaging broadly, strategically, with open eyes. We actively take on the world as it is, not wait around.
It wasn't lost to me that labor seems completely absent from Carney's vision of the Unite Middle Power World Order. I mean, of course, like, what is, you know, when you think of sovereignty as these, like, you know, the liberal banker, the member of the World Economic Forum, like, uses it. There's no sovereignty for the working class. Of course, the concepts built into the liberal economic order are facilitating our systems at a very fundamental level built for the sake of not giving them sovereignty, whatever sovereignty would mean in that context. They don't want, you know, you don't want an autonomous, self-conscious working class. You would far more that those working class people believe in, you know, again, the all these concepts.
I won't have it. Is that clear?
What, you know, nations.
It is ebb and flow. Tidal.
Where's the
With the primal forces of nature.
I can't find it. You'd prefer that they believe in those fake concepts that Bro is talking about. The nations.
For a world we wish to be. We are calibrating our relationships so their depth reflects our values. And we're
I mean, the notion of liberal sovereignty has this baked in. And you see, like, you can watch, like, you know, plenty of leftists will use this, will use these concepts when it is, like, rhetorically powerful, but they're really giving up quite a bit, ideologically speaking. When they make these assumptions about nation states, that they in virtue of the fact that, like, oh, this liberal capitalist nation state represents its people, it has the, you know, is recognized in international law that it should be able to govern this area. And it's like all of that was built to facilitate the capitalist relations of production. When you say like, look, the rules are based on say that this is good, what you're really saying is like, yeah, it's I love capitalism. It's awesome.
Prioritizing broad engagement to maximize our influence.
These are chimeras. That are, it's the human face of capitalism. That's
given the fluid.
Mark Carney likes capitalism. See, this is what people don't understand, and it's like I'm really gonna fucking expose this guy.
Fluidity of the world at the moment, the risks that this poses, and the stakes for what comes next. And we are no longer just relying on the strength of our values, but also the value of our strength. We are building that strength at home. Since my government took office, we have cut taxes on incomes, on capital gains, and business investment. Yeah. We have removed all federal barriers to interprovincial trade. We are fast-tracking $1 trillion of investments in energy, AI, critical minerals, new trade corridors.
Don't worry. It's just building up communism. Quality into quantity, baby. Productive forces, get them going.
And beyond. We're doubling our defense spending by the end of this decade, and we're doing so in ways that build our domestic industries. And we are rapidly diversifying abroad. We've agreed a comprehensive strategic partnership with the EU, including joining SAFE, the European Defense Procurement Arrangements. We have signed 12 other trade and security deals on 4 continents in 6 months. The past few days, we've concluded new strategic partnerships with China and Qatar. We're negotiating free trade pacts with India, ASEAN, Thailand, Philippines, and Mercosur.
Wait, are those new words for?
We're negotiating free trade pacts with India, ASEAN.
Oh, it's ASEAN. I was like, is that like did the country change its name? Because I love that shit. That's so like.
Thailand, Philippines, and Mercosur.
And what's the last one?
Negotiating free trade pacts with
Turkey. I didn't like the Turkey one because that's like hyper nationalist.
India, ASEAN, Thailand, Philippines, and Mercosur.
Oh, it's South America, Mercosur. Okay, yeah.
We're doing something else. To help solve global problems, we're pursuing variable geometry. In other words, different coalitions for different issues based on common values and interests. So
that's the thing, when Mark Carney says he does, this a new global order, it's actually the same one as before. It's the global economic order that was set up by both the United States and the Soviet Union in the post-colonial period. It's a continuation of that, and all of the norms or most of the economic political infrastructure. Smoke and mirrors, thank you. The bilateral political infrastructure, etc., that was set up in that period for the sake of the proliferation of capital. Like that still exists because obviously someone like Carney. That always exists. We're in the end of history. The Turkey one sucks because it's like a nationalist thing.
Ukraine, we're a core member of the Coalition of the Willing.
The like the TURK YE.
And one of the largest per capita contributors to its defense.
Czechia? No, I don't hate Czechia. That's my hot take on that. Is that obviously it's Czechia, and that in like other languages it is just Czechia, and it's weird that like Republic is in the name. Like that was the fucked up thing, is that it was in that Republic was in the name. You know what I mean? Like in Slavic languages, you don't say Republic. You say it's just Czech. Like it's Czech, but in a.
And security. On Arctic sovereignty.
Opinion of Shipley Nation, actually existing socialism.
We stand firmly with Greenland and Denmark and fully support their unique right to determine Greenland's future.
Did he say something crazy like we will declare in the United States? Like we will, which, you know, that is how NATO works. Presumably that's kind of the point. They really, I don't know if they have any specific provisions for what happens when one NATO country declares on another one. But you would expect that
our commitment to NATO's Article
America just wins against NATO. I mean, America invades and then other countries don't do much. But then America really does become a pariah state, like, or really begins to become like a proper pariah state.
Article 5 is unwavering.
The crazy thing he said, oh yes, he said the previous order was unfair because it's like, you know, people would be tried in The Hague or whatever in a way that's biased, for instance. That the concrete manifestation of human rights was, you know, applied in an incredibly biased way. And it's like, yeah, I wonder what happens when you have an economic order, a global political order that is enforced by capitalist states. And all of the enforcement mechanisms are done through capitalist states. I wonder what the you know, the concrete manifestation of following those rules is going to be. I wonder who it's going to benefit. It's really hard to say.
So we're working with our NATO allies,
which is what I mean. It's funny because Carney is doing like the American sloppulist thing of like we need what is functionally, concretely a liberal capitalist international political order. But that is like fair. Like that's like, you know, it's the one that isn't ran by America, but then like, you know, a liberal capitalist states from all across, which is really like just a realization of post-colonial, you know, it's a realization of the thing that Europeans did as a reaction to the process of decolonization, which is like, let's enforce and build up an economic, you know, a political international system that like allows for national sovereignty and autonomy for formerly colonies, but then we can still like make a shit ton of money in, you know, not Belgium, that's not anymore, a Congolese like cobalt mines, you know. Like that multipolar world order is still just like it's you know, it's very frustrating to see, because it's like, yeah, you agree with Mark Carney, you have the same political horizon in terms of what is as Mark Carney does, which is liberal capitalist nation states for all, and then like all of the liberal capitalist nation states have a say, have much more of a say in global politics, but fundamentally they're going to, if international politics and international law is enforced by capitalist nation states, it's going to benefit those capitalist nation states. It's not going to benefit the workers, the you know, the working class, most certainly.
Further secure the alliance's northern and western flanks, including through Canada's unprecedented investments in over-the-horizon radar, in submarines, in aircraft, and boots on the ground, boots on the ice. Canada strongly opposes tariffs over Greenland and calls for focused talks to achieve our shared objectives of security and prosperity in the Arctic. On plurilateral trade, we're championing efforts to build a bridge between the
That's a killer word, plurilateral.
Pacific Partnership and the European Union, which would create a new...
This is embarrassing. What is the difference between multilateral and plurilateral? Because you would think it's just like etymologically... Plurilateral is a limited group of countries. More than two, but not all. Oh, I see. So it's really a part of like what he's talking about in terms of the New World Order. It's like it's not everyone, because that hegemony doesn't exist anymore.
Trading bloc of 1.5 billion people.
Listen, I think it's great that he's reading. I think that's awesome. You see the meme where it's like Kai Cenat reading Fennel because he found like he saw the word spontaneity and he had to look it up, and then it was like, you know, on revolutionary spontaneity or whatever, the Fennel chapter.
Critical minerals, we're forming buyers clubs anchored in the G7 so that the world can diversify away from concentrated supply. And on AI, we're cooperating with like-minded democracies to ensure that we won't ultimately be forced to choose between hegemons and hyperscalers. This is not naive multilateralism, nor is it relying on...
I see the multilaterals, they're naive. They believe in an economic, in a world order where America unites everyone. America says, everyone get in here. We're going to talk about this. We're going to mediate this, you know, economic issue, and then everyone comes. Now America says everyone get in here, and then no one fucking... what is that new, like, Council of Peace or whatever that Trump is building? Like, he's like rebuilding the League of Nations from first principles. The Board of Peace. It's like, what if the League of Nations was like there were way less people in it? Board of Peace is so funny.
Their institutions. It's building coalitions that work.
Is Putin in it? Oh, that's awesome. Well, I mean, listen, that is the first thing you learn in international relations, in the first level of policy, is like, it's not a very good mediator of states if some of the states aren't in it.
Work issues by issue with partners who share.
That is the funny thing of like the standard like poli-sci IR analysis you get in like first year is like, well, the problem with the League of Nations is it had no enforcement mechanism, which is unlike the UN, which has an enforcement mechanism. What is that enforcement mechanism? You know, I mean, now it's in brackets the United States, obviously.
Enough common ground to act together. In some cases,
it turns out it's just states. It's that's.
This will be the vast majority of nations. What it's doing is creating a dense web of connections across trade, investment, culture, on which we can draw for future challenges and opportunities. Argue the middle powers must act together because if we're not at the table, we're on the menu.
I understand that that isn't where the quote comes from, but I'm obsessed with Mark Carney loving that, like, the Juliana lady or whatever. Olivia Juliana, yeah. Like, Mark Carney was watching the DNC 2024 and like, see, you know, he was like, there's no Palestinians here, I love it. And she was like, yes, queen. Chills. She would eat him.
But I'd also say that great powers can afford for now to go it alone. They have.
Oh, I can do the thing where I get discounts. Okay, I'll do that for there's a discount thing now where 35% off for 5 or more tier 1 gift subs for the next 3 hours. So if you would like to give me subs, money, precisely however much 5 or more gift subs is in your currency, this is a perfect time to give me money. It's the most efficient.
The military capacity and the leverage to dictate terms. Middle powers do not. But when we only...
As the saying goes, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu.
It's like the fact that like literally the subtext of this is that they're not letting Palestinian people at the table is like so fucking evil.
So
oh yeah, is there?
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
Guilty. Thank you.
No idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Is Austin in this?
Not at the table, you're...
That's a very funny concept. He's in the back.
On the menu.
Oh, is he right here? That's so funny. That's very funny.
Negotiate bilaterally with a hegemon. We negotiate from weakness. We accept what's offered. We compete with each other.
So I guess the Carney argument is that it's polylateral, meaning like there's enough people as a middle power, there are enough larger economic blocks that you can like stretch your whole out for, that like it's like you're kind of a proletarian nation in a sense of like how with the proletariat it's like, well, if this job is offering less, then you go and find in the market the job that's offering the most for your labor power. There's like a stretch what? Don't worry about it. Yeah, whereas it's like, well, now you don't have to deal. That's the solution to the Trump of like offering unequal trade deals.
To be the most accommodating. This is not sovereignty. It's the performance of sovereignty while accepting subordination. In a world of great power rivalry, the countries in between have a choice: compete with each other for favor, or to combine to create a third path.
He's like trying to do the non-aligned movement. Mark Carney is the new Tito.
We shouldn't allow the rise of hard power to blind us to the fact that the power of legitimacy, integrity, and rules will remain strong if we choose to wield them together. Which brings me back to Havel.
See, I was joking about Trump making Canada a third world nation, and all of you laughed. You all laughed at me.
What does it mean for middle powers to live the truth? Well, first, it means naming reality.
Live your truth as a middle power.
Stop rules-based international order as though it still functions as advertised. Call it what it is: a system of intensifying great power rivalry.
There are no Arabs. There are no third worlds. There is no West. There is only one holistic system of systems.
Where the most powerful pursue their interests
Basically.
using economic integration as coercion. It means acting consistently, applying the same standards to allies and rivals. When middle powers criticize economic intimidation from one direction but stay silent when it comes from another, we are keeping the sign in the window. It means building what we claim to believe in. Rather than waiting for the old order to be restored, it means creating institutions and agreements that function as described. And it means reducing the leverage that enables coercion. That's building
Like it's not exactly cynicism, because he like we're gonna make the system as it's described.
Strong domestic economy should be every government's immediate priority. And diversification internationally is not just economic prudence, it's a material foundation for honest foreign policy, because countries earn the right to principled stands by reducing their vulnerability to retaliation. So Canada has what the world wants. We are an energy...
They're eyeing the world. We got the thing that makes all the men go,
We hold vast reserves of critical minerals. We have the most educated population in the world. Our pension...
Canada is a Stacey nation.
Funds are amongst the world's largest and most sophisticated investors. In other words, we have capital, talent. We also have a government with immense fiscal capacity to act decisively. And we have the values to which many others aspire. Canada is a pluralistic society that works. Our public square is loud, diverse, and free.
I love the public. Canada's public square is x.com, by the way.
Canadians remain committed to sustainability. We are a stable and reliable partner in a world that is anything but.
It's literally the everything app. Of course, like Canada's public square is one of
a partner that
everything.
Builds and values relationships for the long term.
One part of everything.
We have something else. We have a recognition of what's happening and a determination to act accordingly. We understand that this rupture calls for more than adaptation. It calls for honesty about the world as it is. We are taking the sign out of the window. We know the old order is not coming back. We shouldn't mourn it. Nostalgia is not a strategy. But we believe that from the fracture, we can build something bigger better, stronger, more just. This is the task of the middle powers.
It is very like the thing I said before about him being like a very kind of romantic 20th century liberal. Because this is like a lot of talk, you know, in the same way almost like it's very much so evoking Trudeau Sr. You know, there's the classic, that's where the meme comes from about Trudeau Jr. actually being Castro's son. Is like Trudeau Sr. like creating political economic ties between Canada and Cuba at a you know, the height of the Cold War. Canada functioning as this, like, you know, it's a quote unquote middle power, but it has an independent, flexible foreign policy that can go against the United
States. Countries
States.
that have the most to lose from a world of...
Now, of course, like in the context of the 20th century, it's, you know, it's fake. It's fully fake. It's obviously fake, and the Canadian economy continued after that point to depend more and more on the American company or American economy. Did I say company? Canadian economy. That does seem like it's changing now. Like Canada has always been economically like a primary exporter of simple commodities. Like we're you know, it's something three extraction companies, resource extraction companies in a trench coat. And like initially that was Britain. Obviously it was a British colony, but like as we gained our economic political independence from Britain, which technically, you know, he's the British monarch is our head of state. It's very cocked. It's very cocked. It's so cocked. That slowly shifted towards the United States. It's like very, you know, sense it makes sense that that is the primary trading partner. But yeah, I mean, going into the future, unlike under Trudeau Sr., like it's very conceivable in the foreseeable future for Canada's economy to primarily, our main trading partner to now become China. And you know, like listen, when we were, our trading partner is primarily Britain, we were very culturally British. The trading partner is primarily American. Culturally, we're really American. So think about the future. The future is bright, is all I'm saying. The future is, get ready to learn Chinese, buddy. Can someone get me the emote for Top G? Because I don't think I have it. Now you might say like, well, but Britain and United States are like Anglo wasps, and so is Canada. So it's pretty easy to culturally. You'll see. Shush. Silence. You'll see. You'll see. Or should I say you'll G? Sorry. Sorry. But anyway. Thank you, OG Prodigy. There we go. It's beautiful. Oh, it should work now. I hope. Top G has been added to the chat. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I would, Canada, again, this is the quote-unquote middle power, the exporter of simple commodities. It's about just like, when the time is right, you will look in the mirror and already be Chinese. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Vancouver has a head start too. I'm the exact place you want to be for it. I believe Vancouver is like the most Asian city outside of Asia. I mean, Richmond is majority Chinese, is it not? It's like the only majority Chinese city, presumably, I guess not necessarily outside of China. Um, it's got to be Sydney. No, I think that is like I heard that as a statistic. Richmond is very Chinese. Yes. Best Chinese food outside of China. One of my Korean friends that will remain anonymous because I don't was saying that like the Korean food in Vancouver is better than like the Korea. It's okay. I just wasn't expecting to be Chinese. Yeah. I welcome this collaboration between. Wouldn't it be Singapore? That's in Asia. That's why I said probably not China, because I assume Singapore is also majority Chinese. Is not majority Chinese? Okay, I don't know. I guess is it plurality? Yes, when China starts taking treaty ports, I hope to live in the sector of the Vancouver Treaty Port. That is close to the foreign nationals. What are those Japanese car shows they have in Richmond? No, but that sounds awesome. That sounds cool. Vancouver is so crazy for food diversity. It's great. There's a lot of really good cuisine here. I've been going to like the slightly more expensive sushi places, and it's ruined like the sushi places I used to go to, but the problem is that it's more expensive. I really like Tom's Sushi in Vancouver. CU as well, which is in Richmond. Am I going to the Hassan Talk in Vancouver? The what? Where is Hassan Talk? Is Hassan coming to Vancouver? I didn't know this. Where is this? Is it UBC? Oh, that's so funny. He's coming to Vancouver. February 12th. Wow. Livasan meetup? I should message him. I don't know how much pull I have. That'd be cool to hang out. That's cool. Hassan Piker, UBC. The photo is awesome. I do like that he in the photo like looks autistic. I mean that as a compliment, of course. Sign a petition. Stop Hassan Piker's hate from crossing into Canada. Wait, is this like a Jew? Is this like anti? Is it anti? Are they accusing him of? Yeah, okay, anti-Semitism. Publicly declared that America deserved 9/11. Canada's immigration law is clear. This isn't America. Like, this is so cool. Respectfully, you look autistic. Yes, people. That was the post someone was of. I was posted on some 4chan thing, and the file name was visibly autistic girlfriend. Yeah, no, it's fucked up. This is like trying to appeal to like Canadian sensibilities in 2026 by being like, and they even said that America deserved 9/11. Like, wrong country, buddy. Wrong country. This is just true, by the way. You know, you don't want to start the sentence with "it doesn't matter if rapes happened." That's not a good way of starting a sentence. I mean, there's an ellipses here, so I don't know the. I don't know. Would you like do these people like they look at like Harper's Raid and they're like, and they even killed like the little like white girl slave owners, like the they killed every single member of the slave owning class at including like children. And it's like, what does it mean? The dynamic remains the same. These people, they're in such fucking borrowed time with this bullshit. Why is it a Biden count? They're in such borrowed time with this. Cause like, how do you fucking people think that people are gonna remember Harper's Raid? What is it called? How do you people think that people are going to remember this period of, Israeli-Palestinian conflict? It's Harper's Ferry. The raid on Harper's Ferry. Okay, all right. I think that's an actually. I don't think that's a Biden count. Ed and Eddie pronunciation of borrowed time. How do you say it? Borrowed time. The last thing is it doesn't justify genocide. Yeah. I mean, people are not going to remember borrowed. Borrowed. People are not going to remember, like, oh, look at the brutality that happened on October 7th. People won't fucking remember that date. Except as a way of, like, the kids in the history class, if there still are history classes, so there still are kids, will have to remember the date October 7th because it caused a fairly, historically speaking, forgettable incursion in terms of the amount of deaths happening in this conflict, objectively insignificant incursion that led to the intensification of a genocide. If the past is anything like the present, or if the future is anything like the present, and we remember things as a people, and in a way that is in any way similar to how we remember historical events now, this is gonna read as like you're gonna show this to a kid in 2055. It's like you do that in like social studies grade 10, where it's like, analyze this propaganda paper and see what it like, and they're gonna read it and they're gonna be confused. They're like, sorry, wait, but they're saying that the Hamas, the Palestinians are the ones who are killing a bunch, but that's not like, I saw the statistics of people dying, and I'm confused as to why, analyze this Richie Torres tweet, yeah. This is awesome. Ban Hassan Piker from Canada is crazy. Trump is coming back to the States from Davos. Something unpredictable, but in the end, it's right. Should I sign the petition? Yeah. So he left Davos early, 3 days early. Big Dave's silence on Hassan is deafening. Not a good sign. Not a good sign for the rules-based international order. Not a good sign for peace. Oh yeah, he was like posting DMs. Like, he's so messy. He was posting Macron being like, "Hello, friend." Being like, "I fucking hate fake bitches." He's so messy. It's crazy. This is what you were tweeting, you were talking a lot of shit. But this is what you're saying privately. Macron is getting DMs from Big Dave. You gotta trust the plan. You have to trust the plan. Big things happening. This site can't be reached. Controversial US-based streamer is scheduled to speak at the University of British Columbia. Statements to justify violence, endanger public safety, amplify extremist actors, and demonize Jews. Do you notice the little trick? Jews and Israelis. Oh yeah, did you guys see? Can someone send me that? The Grok did a summary of the the scandal related to Nick Fuentes saying that Epstein was based. Can someone send me? I'm just like I'm not logged into Twitter. I'm like, I refuse to fucking, because I had a tweet about it that I think did well. I haven't checked. Let me see. Here we go. I found it. Fuentes called Epstein cool as fuck. Sparked backlash from left-wing streamer Hassan Piker, Cal Robinson, and even allies like Livagar. True. Bad wording aside, she's unironically on her way there in a few years. True. Yeah, Grok is saying that I'm chud coded. Grok is saying I'm chud coded. Do you watch his Insta? Whose Insta? I had this tweet. Incredible to make your whole thing hating Jews and then be like, I believe in a two-state solution and also I love Jeffrey Epstein. You know what? You're right. I am an ally of Nick Fuentes because I do support the gays. I support gay rights and gay wrongs. 6'7", exactly. Anyway. Oh, this was so beast. The like club thing. I don't know why. Why would anyone do like? It's so, yeah. They were playing Hail Hitler in the club. And then was it Clavicular said like what, you know, Nick, I'll bring some women home. And he was like please don't. It's so obvious that it's really funny how obvious it is that he's gay. 'Cause like, it's not as if Fuentes is especially nervous around women. Maybe that's not true. Like he clearly could fuck if he wanted to. That's so obvious, right? It's such a it's really a bad front. It's really but anyway. Oh, I'm so congested. My voice is so funky today. Chris Pratt weaponizing his misogyny against an AI actress. That feels like an entirely new sentence. I'm sure it isn't because it's a thing that happened. I don't know about that at all. Like, was Chris Pratt was saying, was he calling an AI a dumb bitch or something? Dave Rubin claims Candace Owens openly hated Charlie Kirk, so she reveals he's secretly been a pedophile groomer and she knew about it for years but told no one. Which, I mean, I'm sure that they didn't like each other. They had a break because Candace Owens went insane. And Kirk was like an establishment Republican and he was like, she's being insane. Since the internet is now interested, it's so cool. I'd like to now share the story about why I decided to stop being friends with you. You opened up about how you hired a young Christian male who used to work on my show at PragerU. He told me his parents were overbearing Christians who were concerned about him moving to Miami to work for a gay couple. Sure enough, the next time we saw you, you told us the story about how you and your husband just knew that he wasn't shy, but that he was more likely secretly gay, and how you were encouraging him to experiment with guys and explore sex life. That's killer, dude. That's fucking evil of him to have done. You told me enjoy. This is so like Candace Owens is such a. I assume it gets worse later on here, but Candace Owens is like that sort of messy, who like doesn't really think through the gossip she spreads. She's literally just like, I have something on you, which is what like you told a guy to be gay. Like this is like, wow, that's you told me and George that you encouraged him to go on a date and then to have his first kiss with a man. Shortly thereafter, he quit your show and moved from Miami. I was positively sickened by the story because I knew this kid, and yes, he was shy, and the fact you questioned him about his virginity, well, that's probably... and dating life and encouraged him to kiss a boy makes you a groomer in my book. See, I don't... Does this reveal that Dave Rubin is a pedophile groomer? Because I can see why, like, an insane right-wing person would be like, oh yeah, you told this, like, shy kid that it's okay to be gay. You would think that would be grooming. Am I crazy? Did I read this wrong? Maybe I guess this is like an under 18. Which is probably the problem there. Should we get into what you told me about your night in Hawaii with Peter Thiel? That's beast. Yeah, I don't know if this proves that Dave Rubin is a pedophile groomer. I mean, she could also be like, Candace Owens literally said that Charlie Crick came to her in a dream. His spirit came to her in a dream to say that he was murdered and that she needs to speak the truth about it, and that he's a time traveler. Yes, because he had a tweet that feels like it was probably just like flirting, or like he was just being like a whimsical white boy, where he was like, I feel like I'm a time traveler and like I brought you with me. And she's like, he's literally a time traveler. Yeah, is this person a child? Like, this is someone who's working at PragerU. I don't actually know the age of the person in this. Because, like, what are the odds that Candace Owens is telling a story about a shy, like, 20-year-old that Dave was like, are you gay? You should probably go date a man. And, like, in Candace Owens' mind, it's like you're making him gay, which is bad. Yeah, I don't know if this is Candace Owens revealing that Dave Rubin is secretly a pedophile groomer. I feel like we should probably not use that language as much as... She would have said if he was under 18, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Anyway, lots of very funny things happening on the internet. Kirk was telling him to do it. That's true. The spirit of Charlie Kirk was telling him to bottom.
I haven't heard of Sydney Watson. She's a Blaze TV personality. Says she's moving, farther to the anarchist side of things. I guess she's on her own political journey. But here she's talking.
ANCAP?
Yeah,
seen ANCAP?
She was just talking about how she's the type of anarchist that thinks you should go be allowed to shoot people who are protesting in like communities. So big Rittenhouse defender, for instance. So that kind of anarchist. But anyway,
I mean, I'll give you an example. A very good friend of mine who I've known for about 10 years used to be very much like you. Actually,
every time when I see one of these fucking videos, it's a new Trump 2 like political influencer, and I have to believe that like if woke comes back, they're all gone, right? Like this isn't there is a Trump 2 right-wing influencer inflation here.
And he, he's someone who used to really, really prop up authoritarianism. He used to, and he still believes this in part, that people do need to be governed to a large extent because people, left alone are morons. And that's not saying necessarily that I even disagree with. I think your average person is probably as dumb as a bag of rocks. However, he moved to Singapore, which you could argue is not the worst place in the world. Obviously, it's quite clean. People, follow the law. The crime rate is reasonably low. But after about 2 years of living in Singapore, where they knock on your door, and this has happened to him, where he got dubbed in by his neighbors for having water on his balcony, and they said it's causing a mosquito problem. Now we're at your house, prepared to fine you over mosquitoes. He said to me, I hate living in this country. I hate the authoritarianism here. I hate the way that things operate, because coming from Australia, he's an Aussie. He was like, I much prefer the way that we do things back home, or at least, the freedom.
This is the classic tension between, like, it's not two different types of people. It is a tendency within the same person, which is like the white male libertarian guy. I guess female too. Where it's like libertarianism means you're allowed to do anything, but they also like being, it's like authoritarianism for my like serfs, right? Like there's a heavy-handed state that enforces, if you're homeless, you get killed. You follow the rules that make my life better. But then like there's a tension, because then it's like, well, but I also shouldn't have to follow any rules, and it should just be the direct laws of capital accumulation in my favor.
That we have. And living in a country where that's staunched in some capacity was really...
It's a very Jeffersonian mindset, yeah. And it's why, like, the coalition between the libertarians and then the right, the authoritarian Republicans isn't like a coalition between really separate, distinguishing, ideologies, groups of people. It's like a coalition within the average petty bourgeois, the American petty bourgeois.
And is and continues to be very bothersome and trying for him. And so I just find it interesting, though, that you've only ever lived in the United States. I just you can only do so much reading before practical experience actually should take, some sort of precedence. And I mean, I say the same thing about women too. I mean, I dare say, from my understanding of many of your viewpoints, you also promote like the way of interacting with women. And I go, have you been in a relationship with a woman?
No.
So how are you telling other people how to behave towards women when you yourself have not had any actual physical, interaction with them in a romantic capacity, or in fact, in any capacity where you uphold them in a way that treats them with respect? I mean, if you're out here arguing that women are basically half the...
I would disagree with the title of this, that he's forced to admit he's never had a relationship with a woman. That's like a part of his thing. It's how he gets like the Groyper army to identify with him. It's because they're pathetic incels, and they think the reason why he fucks is because he's like them. But they can identify with him, and they can be like, well, he's cool and charismatic. So it's like they can feel that he's like a more charismatic version of them. When of course, like, he's just a gay man. Like that's why that is happening.
I'm not going to put words in your mouth, in fact, because that's not right. But if you are looking to some other regimes around the world that do think that women are half the value of a man, I have to question what kind of a person who's had no experience with women is in a position to basically promote these ideas.
Well, I'm having an experience with a woman right now, and I've had lots of experiences with women in my life, not romantically per se, but I've talked to enough women. I've been in, I've known enough women to know sort of what's going on. And I think any man who is observant enough, and honestly, like I said, we could go back to great geniuses. We could go back to... Wait.
That's very funny.
How old's this dude?
He's 23.
Oh, he's only 23. Okay.
Oh, this is a while ago. Oh, so this is like... Right, yeah, because people didn't know what this was 4 years ago. Yeah, it's a throwback. I see. So this was actually a Trump 1 lady. This wasn't one of the Trump 2s. This is one of the, like, probably now washed up. I see. Also, folks, there's a discount. Is it, 25% off or something? 33% off for 5 gift subs for me for the next couple hours. So if you ever wanted to give money to me, this is like the most efficient way to do it, and it's much appreciated. Oh, oopsie. Thank you for the money.
He and I had a very good relationship. Really.
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
Ruthie Treplord, hello.
I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
Thank you for the 10 gift subs. Thank you, much appreciated. We love to see it. We love Ansar Allah. And Asocial Communist, thank you as well for the 5 gift
it's okay.
subs.
I'm transgender.
Oh,
and Gullible Robert, thank you.
Do
Thank
whatever
everybody.
you want all the time.
We love to see it. Oh, it's not and is it Segoj? I don't know how to pronounce
it's okay. I'm
Segoj.
transgender.
I had no idea.
Thank you for
Do
the 10
whatever
gift
you
subs.
want
Thank you
all
so
the
much. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. Jiltsy, thank you. The promo works.
Okay. I'm transgender.
My goodness.
I had no idea.
I think I got
whatever you want all the
everyone. Thank you so much. Okay, hold on. We'll do the hype train. And then we'll do the question. The question. If you'd like to subscribe, we have lots of cool emotes. Emma Demon, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Thank you so much. We love to see it. My goodness. Buff Bunnery, thank you for the 5 gift subs.
Do whatever you want all
We love to see it. Thank you. That's a lot of money. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
Yeah, thank you. Buff Bunnery as well. Thank you. I already said that. I think I can't remember. Carhill, thank you. We love to see it.
White people happy.
Is it the... I don't know. I don't think... I'm just pronouncing that word wrong, I think. I don't think that's the Canadian... Anything... Whenever I pronounce something wrong, it's because it's the Canadian. And Chu, thank you for the Prime as well. Trivia Solution, thank you. For the 5 gift subs, thank you. My voice is being weird, and like whenever I try to raise it, because it's like sore, I just like voice crack. So I have to keep it in the... Thank you. I hope I got everyone. There was a lot of gift subs. Thank you, everybody. Level 5. Resist American imperialism, emphasize the accent. You're right. Anything I pronounce wrong it's actually Canadian. And I'm decolonizing my vocabulary. What do you call the room in the house with the toilet? It's a washroom. Can I go to the washroom? I gotta go to the washroom. Or the restroom. My accent will soon be Chinese, inshallah. British? Of course he is. Can you say my name? What's in it for me? Sorry, that's stupid. I drive a hard bargain, okay? Pokemon Company employee in Seattle is under investigation for planting cameras in bathrooms. That's crazy. Average Seattle Pokemon Company employee. I feel like he should be under investigation just for that. Like, sure. Yeah, no, that sounds like it tracks to me. They really should, like, we really need the Japanese shutter laws. We really do. Gonna turn into, like, Luigi Mangione. Though I guess that's the inverse, because he thinks Japan is bad, because, it, like, you can buy the pocket pussies. Alright, thank you everyone. Thank you everyone for, like, gift subs. It's much appreciated. We love to see it. Yeah, thank you. Once again, it's 30% off or something like that. I can't remember the specific number for 5 or more gift subs. 62 subs. Thank you, everybody. Much appreciated. ALTO. I feel like that's familiar to me. Oh, it's like the high-speed rail. It's like Quebec City to Toronto. I feel like there's only like 6 stops, aren't there? I mean, it's gonna come in 100 million years. We need to become a proper Chinese vassal, and then we'll get fucking high-speed rail in like 2 years. We'll actually get it done. That's the real reason. I hope China makes Vancouver like it becomes like a legation city or whatever. Wait, no, that term is used in real life, right? I was like, no, that's a Kaiserreich thing. God damn it. Fuck. That's embarrassing. You know what I mean? That's so embarrassing. I was watching a video today. I've been watching this one Hoi 4 YouTuber that always plays in China. And he just there's a new Hearts of Iron 4 mod and he just always plays in China. Every single time. And it's awesome. I love it. I've been learning so much about the warlord era of Chinese politics. It's a concession city. Is that the proper who's the YouTuber? Wait, hold on. It is the Enforcer guy. Yeah, like a treaty port. Is it called like what is the word? It's a foreign concession. What is the term I'm specifically looking for? Because treaty port is, but yeah, I when Vancouver becomes a Chinese treaty port, I'm happy that I'm looking forward to them actually fucking expanding. A legation quarter. That was the one I was thinking of. Yes, it's the legation quarter. I knew that was from real life. The cities as a concept is in the, yeah. Because they become some sort of unified entity. All of the treaty ports, the concessions. Well, yeah, we could actually get like an expansion of the fucking SkyTrain downtown. Maybe get one to Stanley Park. Get one that goes right to UBC. The Chinese, they would build it. They would build it really quickly. We're going to have to wait 20 years for it. Again, that's like the translation when people like, they love China. They just want like a more competent, like developmental capitalism. Skytrain is potential man to me. Well, it's already, like, for North American standards, it's great. But I agree. It is kind of potential man. It's why Carney likes it. He's like, fuck it, sure. Like, Carney doesn't give a fuck about human rights. Like, not really. He's cynical. He doesn't care about the environment anymore. He was like a carbon tax guy. You know, and then he like, you know, spent years thinking about dealing with climate change, the market solution, and then it, you know, he becomes the leader of liberal, you know, party, and then just like immediately fucking abolishes the carbon tax because it's politically expedient. Like he doesn't fucking care about anything. It's all about money. It's the guy in the speech. I deleted the tab, but the carbon tax was, I mean, you know, it's very timid. It's a timid solution, but yeah. Polyev really did fucking... Polyev had people genuinely believing that the carbon tax was like the cause of inflation. Because people are fucking stupid. It's so funny, like, you get like liberals who believe in that the liberal democratic system works. And that's like a known for like, well, why aren't there, since communism is so good, why are there no communist parties? And then like those same people, you just like get them talking about the actual concrete median voter. And they're like, yeah, they're fucking stupid as hell. They don't understand their own interests. And it's like, yeah, I mean, totally. I couldn't have said it better myself. They have the answer in their head from observing an empirical phenomenon. What's Polyev standing? Polyev is going more to the right. They're playing gutter ball. They're doing culture or politics. I mean, there's been a couple of members of parliament that have either resigned or defected from the Conservative Party to the Liberals. And Carney is, well, technically he's 2 away now because Freeland resigned, but there's going to be a by-election and presumably the Liberals will win. So he really is functionally just like 1 away. He's 1 defection away from gaining a majority because the Conservatives are, Conservative members of Parliament are throwing a fit about Polyev leadership and it not changing. And if that happens, like, I think he probably just kind of collapses. Same conversation last month, the Conservative rates Polyev for losing and Carney for stealing all his good ideas. I mean, Carney did steal some of his ideas. He's pretty conservative. You know, they get their own election. Yeah, we do. It's nice that America lets us have our own elections. It's kind of cute. It would be funny to see. I feel like reform is like maybe separate enough from Trump. Maybe not. Because like, yeah, as Trump, like the question of, I mean, Trump's approval rating internally is like at an all-time low, but like the rest of the world hates him so much more than Americans do. This is something that like Americans didn't appreciate when they're like, oh, you know, we'll get 6 more states or whatever. Annex all of Canada. Is like, do you understand how fucking blue politics will be for the rest of your life? Like the political realignment, if Canadians were enfranchised as American voters, everyone else fucking hates the GOP and thinks they're fucking insane. That's why it's funny that like one of the quote success stories of like American multiculturalism is like getting immigrants to not at a rate of that like other that like, you know, native born Americans, like getting them to not hate the GOP at the same rate as those like native born Americans. It's like an assimilation, you know, like because everyone else fucking thinks they're insane. He'll just annex Alberta, including Alberta, by the way. That is probably true that was his main, but like including a strong majority of Albertans. Like that's a blue Senate. Those are 2 blue senators, barring a major significant realignment. That's 5 million. That's 5 million voters who are now Dem, or where it's like a majority Dem. People don't appreciate that a conservative vote in Canada is not the same as a vote for the GOP. They think Greenland will be a red state. Yeah, they're just like, yeah, it's like. Also, by the way, the Greenland, if everyone in Greenland is enfranchised and they're made into a state, in 2029, the people who are winning every single congressional district, every Senate position, or the 2 Senate seats, are the Kill All Americans party that Greenland starts and formally creates in the American political system as soon as they're able to. You're right, like, finally a third party I can vote for, yeah. And it's green, yeah. The Luigi party, yeah. The KAA, the Kill KAP, yeah. Yeah, they would, in reality, they just have no real voting power. Yeah, they wouldn't want to enfranchise them. It's why, like, Israel, for instance, I mean, it's why because they for a while they were occupying Gaza, and why they left, and now either doing like settlerism in the West Bank as opposed to just formally annexing all of it. It's like they don't want a shit ton of disenfranchised Palestinians within the borders of Israel. And then 2, they don't want a bunch of enfranchised Palestinians. That's the word for it. Like, they don't want that. Israel doesn't want that. It's not. Americans, like, they are so terminally, we will be greeted as liberators brained. That they think that, like, oh, annex Canada, that's what? We got Alberta, we got Saskatchewan, there's the Manitoba. Those are those are way farmers. They're going to vote GOP down ballot. Like, and no, they won't, but especially no, they won't when the Republican Party president annexes them. I mean, the analogy doesn't actually work, but, like, could you imagine? Oh my God, my nose is clogged. Could you imagine if they annexed Iraq and then, like, let them vote in elections, and they're like, I'm suspecting a solid split down the middle to the Republican Democrat, like, oh, my nose is so clogged. It's one of the ones where it's like, it doesn't, like, blowing it isn't gonna help. Is Yusko gonna collapse? Probably not collapse. I feel like people don't appreciate how strong, like, the modern, let's say, American state is. So where's my phone? Hold on, I'll be right back 1 second. I need to find my phone. Because I was supposed to do something. I gotta say, I don't think it's worth the money. The smartwatch, it is nice. It's nice to click a button and then my phone makes a noise. That's like 50% of the utility of it for me. It is goated though. I do enjoy. I wouldn't recommend buying one. I like that it tracks my heart rate because it helps me understand my anxiety better. I mean, I also like that it tracks my sleep. It is I got, like, the cheapest one, like the tiniest one. I guess I also got like the nice adjustable thing because it's cute. It's so like at an aesthetic, like it goes against my like politics and aesthetic, but I do like it. It's my Christmas present to myself, which is like such a sad statement, I guess. um, um, it's such a like as a phrase, it's very, you gotta treat yourself, because when checking your heart make your anxiety worse. Why don't check it like constantly? I will check it like at the end of the day. It's like, what is the average today? I did, like today I was like relaxing. I use it to make AI images? Yeah, it's like, computer generate an image of this guy with his balls out. um um yeah, computer, show me how big John Fetterman's cock is. Exactly. Grok, make her 6'9", 250 pounds with a 40-inch vertical and the first overall pick in the 2003 NBA draft. That is my favorite tweet. My favorite genre of tweet. Where men will like describe how beautiful a woman is by comparing her to LeBron James. Like heterosexual men, they'll be like, and it's like in Anne Hathaway, like, 20 years ago, she's goated. She still got it. She keeps going. She's still a top contender in the league. Yeah, or someone will be like she's beautiful in the way that like 2018 LeBron is good. She's the 2018 LeBron of women. I think that's so funny. Not funny. Come kill my uncle about it. Yeah, exactly. What else? What else is going on Twitter? Can you guys keep me up to date on the discourses? Because I haven't been on it. I'm going to rely on all of you. I'll rely on all of you to give me, like, what are they talking about? I can give my take on internet discourse, or even Blue Sky, whatever. Am I truly free of Twitter if I just proxy Twitter? I can quit when I want. See, it's the whole thing about Hybees. Was that the one where it was like a bunch of like mainly OnlyFans girls got together and they had like a photo where it was like $500 or invite to the popular skinny white girl, T-girl hangout? Because I have takes on that. I heard people talking about that because it was like, I know OnlyFans people, it was T-girl function, but that's like the because like one of them was like an abuser, right? And so the quote tweet was like, big shocker, Liv has takes. First off, anyway, no, the thing that's annoying about that is that like, like there's an equivalent of those posts that happen that aren't trans women, right? Like it's like a bunch of skinny like white OnlyFans cis women, and there's no discourse about it, right? We understand the imbalance here, obviously. People are like, they're riled up to make discourse about this, and the problem is that it's people who are like libidinally are like, I want to see these people fail because it's a bunch of trans women who like have that feeling. But then it's also like other trans women who are like, sometimes they're positioned in a way where they like rightfully don't like that type of group, and maybe what that group of people represents. Like they have a justified resentment. Sometimes it's like literally it's just like, I don't know, I don't do OnlyFans obviously, and like I know girls who do it, and like it's fucking cutthroat, bro. Those girls, like, there's a lot of, because it's like your competition, like it's really like, yeah. And then when you mix that with like gossip and like social, obviously, is that not obvious to I don't, that's an odd, but yeah, that's the only thing you really need to know about that, essentially, is like people are always looking for a thing to like about that. Yeah. And like sometimes they find a good one where it's like, that is a thing, you know, oh, it's fucked up that your abuser is in there. Does the Twitter gossip effect affect their earnings at all? Probably. For how much like a lot of like OF girls seem to exist within Twitter discourse, it probably does affect the revenue. Just more people looking at you. Well, the Hybe stuff in general is like kind of, it's said that like trans women are so online that they took like a joke term and made it into real discourse. The real take about that in general is that like, of course people who are generally in like the same industry, you know, it's like broadly like in entertainment, who like, you know, are in the same social circles and online circles, like do similar things, have a similar deal, like of course they hang out because it's like we understand each other. Because that the discourse on that turned into like, is it problematic? Is it privileged to have friends? And it was like, even like, I don't like the liberal of privilege. I think power is a much better way of thinking of things. But like, you know, but like even at that point, like it was a bastardization of liberal privilege discourse, where it's like, no, it isn't a privilege. It's not a privilege to have friends. That's not like a. And also, yeah, like, I don't know. Is it a surprise to you that people whose entire job is like, what is it? I'm stealing the specific phrase here from, I can't remember which, but like performing affability tends to be able to make friends. It's a component of it that it becomes like a silly resentment thing. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. That is definitely a problem among like, one of the things I saw, or that would like was talking about is like, or the people were talking about that. As far as I can peer in from outside, people are saying like, well, have you really quit Twitter? And it's like, I stared at a wall today for like 20 fucking minutes, and I was fine. I enjoyed it. Like, I'm doing great. Like, that's totally fine. I don't care. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. Like, it's fine that I know what's happening on the website. I'm not thinking about it nearly as much as I did. What kind of wall? Is it a white one? Bragging? Question mark. Sixto Cool, I feel like you only chat when you have like a kind of sarcastic thing to say. But like, it's not like too, it's like a question mark when you're like, what? That was unusual. It's to keep me in check, I think. I need some chatters who are a little bit tired of my shit. It's like the standard Northern Lion chatter. Although I think with Northern Lion, it's a different phenomenon. Because like with Northern Lion, it's like young guys like in their like 20s who like, only really understand, like, have only been taught to socialize with other men by, like, you know, busting their balls. Like, you're not allowed to display, like, open, authentic, like, affection to someone explicitly, but, like, if you're, like, kind of rude to them in a jokey way, that's like, oh, we're friends now. That's what, like, being a friend is. Which is something I never understood. It's, like, a component of male socialization I completely hate. It's, like, you can't just be nice to, like, it's, like, that's weird. It's really weird. But that they, like, don't understand, like, the Northern Line chatter, like, doesn't understand that, like, that's not, like, a universal sign among men, especially, like, over the internet, especially if you're in someone's chat, of, like, I think that you're cool, is being like, nice fucking decision in the game, you idiot. Is that, like, that's not actually the universal sign in male to male social of, like, affection. And that, like, you don't actually know him like that. Which I think makes, like, that culture, like, I think that makes, like, young 20-something guys, especially if it's, like, a guy that they idealize, probably, like, the most insufferable type of parasocial relation. Because it's like, brother, I don't know you like that. You know, you're busting his balls, but you don't actually have any dynamics with it, though. It's a very Twitch thing. That's true. What was I talking about? Oh, was it Twitter? Oh yeah. Because, like, there was a criticism levied about, like, it is literally like, this is in Chicago. Sexual, thank you for the 10 months. It's okay. I need to be kept in check. It's important for me to be kept in check. What was I gonna say? Is they had it in, like, Chicago or something, and it's literally just, like, only white women. It's, like, the crazy, and a part of this is, like, I saw that post, and my immediate reaction is, like, why would you possibly post this? Like, I've been in enough photos to understand that, like, if you have like a lot of Twitter followers, you have marked yourself as, like, well, if anyone sees anyone on Twitter, the person who is in Twitter has marked themselves as a person to be talked about. Because that's the point of Twitter, is talking about people. In a very, like, you know, it's an unsocial way, in the literal sense that, like, you wouldn't say that to that person outside of how Twitter discourse has structured itself, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It's just, it's very different. And yeah, I mean, that is, like, a really big problem among, like, those, like, you know, quote unquote high B accounts. But that's not necessarily just a trans thing, obviously. That's just a thing of, like, people who get followers. Well, I mean, it's a problem, and also how it's specifically manifested on, like, high follower Twitter, trans Twitter. But, like, it's the same reason why a lot of the girls who get that are more passing, let's say, and more conventionally attractive, and they're oftentimes skinnier, is, like, I mean, there is certainly a problem, especially in a lot of cliques, of, like, it's clear that the white girls are uplifting the white girls. Like, there's, like, a kind of a subconscious, like, racial solidarity. You know, it's like the white trans woman who's a bit too obsessed with Hunter Schafer. And it's clear that, like, it's like, okay, it's like the Come Town bit. I'm getting so derailed. I don't care. The Come Town bit about, like, the white woman who's, like, really disappointed about the possibility that, like, a woman of color is the first woman president. Because, like, she wants, like, it's like, because then you can't celebrate the, like, when the white woman becomes president, because you're, like, you know, the first, like, you know, like, woman, like, is a black woman Republican president, yeah. But yeah, I mean, a part of it is, like, a racist selection method, but a lot of it is, like, the racist, you know, selection method comes from, like, those girls are OnlyFans accounts. they developed, like, they were shaped by the audience. And that audience is, like, transphobic. It's at some level, especially in terms of aesthetic judgment of, like, what they want, even in, like, a trans woman they find attractive. Like, the power there, it's why it's annoying. It's again why I think it's better to talk about power concretely than it is about privilege. Because I think sometimes people overstate the power that, like, average, like, quote, high follower trans women who like whose thing, his account revolves around her OnlyFans has, like, how much power there is there compared to, like, the privilege there is there, which is a much easier conversation to have about, like, you have access to this and you have access to this, but about, like how much of a decision does she have over that, and how much is it, like, that she happens to exist within these set of identities that the money wants, is searching for. The people who are willing to pay for pornography, and I'm specifically looking for trans, like, want to see. Because that's a much more important question, and it's much more structural, and it's harder to just blame, like, the annoying high follower Twitter account. It's easier to do that, but which isn't, again, it's like if you're doing these marketing meetings.
Transgender. Oh, I had no idea.
Durango,
do whatever you want.
Durango Caviar, I think you're the 5 gift subs. Once again, if you like to give me money, this is the most efficient time to do it, because there's a, is it like 30% off or something? I can't remember the number. Off for 5 or more gift subs. Thank you, Durango Caviar.
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
Yep, nice. Thank you.
I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Much appreciated. But yes, similarly though, that there is, like, it's very clear that the selection there for a lot of those groups is, like, it's a clique of, like, skinny pretty white girls, and they want to let in other skinny pretty white girls. That's totally true. Wait, sorry, are you serious? So Air Force One did a U-turn back to the US, and now a fuck ton of ambulances and police. You're baiting me. A fuck ton of ambulances and police are heading to the base that it's landing on. You're baiting me. I refuse to be baited. You're baiting me. You're baiting me. That's not true? Yeah. It's an electrical issue? There you go. See? I will not be baited. I won't be baited. Motorcade seen on interstate racing lights to Joint Base Andrews near DC after Air Force One turned around. Oh, this is an hour and a half ago. Yeah, no. After Donald Trump returns to Washington after electrical issues on Air Force One. Yeah, he's changing planes. Baited. See, I refuse to be baited. Is Canada a Chinese province yet? Inshallah. Inshallah, one day we get the SkyTrain expansion. We get the high-speed rail from Toronto to Quebec City. There's an electrical issue, so they're changing planes. See, I refuse to be baited, which is not true. I'm famously very gullible to people saying things on chat. But not today. Not about that. Not about a good thing happening. I'm like, Well, we didn't talk about what the thing was, so I can say that. A pro FT account? What does FT stand for? Did I tell you about the Serbian? Did I tell you guys about the Serbian boomer? Oh, Financial Times. Okay, yeah. The Serbian boomer that I encountered on the street. Did I tell you about that, chat? I can't remember. I guess all of you, it's new people now. Because it cycles. I mean, there's probably some people who are still learning. Yes, no, right. No, I did tell you. The man who I was taking a photo and he was like, "Would you like me to take a photo of you?" And I said like, "Sure, I guess so." And then he was asking me like, you know, are you in school? You know, how old are you? And I recognized the accent and I was like, "Where are you from?" And he said Europe, and I was like, "Where in Europe?" And he was like, "Serbia." And I was like, "I'm Serbian." And then he started speaking Serbian to me and I said, "No, not like, no, my dad was born there." He was like, "Oh, yes. You know, where did you go to church growing up?" No, not where, like, which church did you go? Assuming, like, well, of course, they're taking you to fucking Orthodox church. Which, of course, I've never stepped foot in an Orthodox church. So I was like, "Oh, I don't know, like, you know, it's kind of far. We don't." No, he asked me if I go to church regularly, and I was like, "No, not as much as I used to," which is a lie. I've never. I've never been to. And he like started giving me like good advice because he like lives downtown. There's a lot of Serbs in Vancouver. He was giving me like the ones that are closer to like downtown. And then tell him I'm Muslim. Yeah, actually, I'm Palestinian. And then he was telling me about his 3 sons, whom he does not like because they're lazy and they drink too much. And then he said that he wouldn't set me up with them because he said that, like, he mentioned that I'm beautiful and that I probably like I'm doing fine on my own. He was like, I wouldn't want to insult, you know, subtextually, like, I wouldn't want to insult you by setting you up with my chud son. So did I ask him his opinion on the Hy-Vee drama? No, see, that's the guy where I was like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "I'm working on my PhD," which is a lie. I used to when I was working on my master's degree, I just would tell people I'm in grad school because it's so much easier than I have a podcast, like, you know, like, I don't want to have this conversation. But that one I was just like, no, I'm not. We're not gonna talk about this. You want to know the, like, you know, he had like the Serbian accent. I don't want to fucking hear the conspiracy theories he believes in. Oh man, yeah, no, but it's very funny. Yeah, podcasters the most respected role in American society. But Canada's going the other way, God willing. And podcasting will be banned when the Chinese take over, God willing. And I will go to them. I will hit the oil rig. I think that's I see a future for myself, and it's drilling oil for Chinese communism. You know, it's like Deng Xiaoping, right? Like, he was one of they had that like intellectuals into the fields program that like every American slopulist is like, that's actually fucking based. We should bring back forced labor for those fucking the problematic university students. Which, of course, in any other, I mean, this is probably still the case. I feel like I haven't read enough about it to speak authority on the. In any other case where it's like, we need to make sure the university students do manual labor. It's literally like, we want to disperse their capacity to protest. I don't know if that's the case in the specific Chinese example, because you could see like yeah, no, it's like that's definitely the Pol Pot attitude to it. Maybe a bit of column A, column B situation. Working for the China National Petroleum Corporation is the kind of thing you can tell any man on the street about and be proud, yeah. What am I going on with Tucker? I mean, now that I'm a Nick Fuentes ally, despite being very critical of his Epstein stance, I mean, it's inevitable. I just gotta lock down this voice training thing, and maybe I'll have a spot. That was I was looking at the like Heat from Fire Lady. I was watching some of the videos, and I realized I don't know, something changed in me, and like they do actually make sense now. I was like, okay, I can actually see how I could do this. That makes sense. You're with white Sumer gays? Oh, me and Fuentes? Yeah, absolutely. The Azula, yeah. The Fire Lady. Don't worry about it. I haven't been able to because my voice has been like such a dramatic cough. I've been sick and my voice has been full of phlegm. But I think I'm going to try it again. I'm going to lock in. I think it's still baller that I haven't had any surgeries. I've been sick for the last 6 months. It's true. I'm cooked. I think it's cool I haven't had any surgeries, and it's cool to keep that going. I feel like the country you can get without any surgery is it's an aura thing. No comment. That's a good Twitch chat. I think more people. I do like the idea of Twitch chat being just filled with people who are like, I don't have anything to say about this. It's just like the that is maybe, when I say I like it, I actually think it's a nightmare. It's like the Twitch equivalent of like bombing in a set. Because like at the very least with Twitch, it's like, well, there are people who might, like, you know, maybe someone's just like, there are people who are away. Maybe they have their tab muted. You know, they're going to the washroom. They're going to get their chicken tenders. But if someone is literally just like, I have nothing to say about what you just said, it's like, well, incredible things are happening. You got a random baby. Wasn't there takes recently that I Show Speed is actually the CIA?
Yes, yes. Check the bill rate. Check the bill rate. Check the bill rate.
Take her baby.
We good?
That's awesome. Because there was something like, you know, he goes to a country with this, like a state that's like brutal. And he's not causing shit. He's like, yeah, I support this country. And then people have to think it's like a conspiracy and not like, obviously the thing that someone like I Show Speed is going to do. If he makes the decision to...
Hey, get these two people!
later.
Let's go! Oh.
He's such a good performer. I do like the idea that Speed is like one of the most famous people in the world. I think the China trip really does solidify himself as that. Like, Chinese aunties know about him. Do you know what I mean? I feel like that puts you in like the... It puts you in that it puts you in the conversation. You know what I mean? You know who's also in the conversation? Is Victor Wembanyama. Like, I think he's gonna be the GOAT. Like, have you seen... Like, I haven't been watching basketball that much this season. But, like, watching the fucking Spurs play... It was against, like, the recent one where it's the Spurs and the Timberwolves. And, like, Ant put up, like, 50 points. It was, like, 50 points, 40 minutes. And then Wemby, it was, like, 40 points, 30 minutes or something ridiculous. What was that? It's Katie and Shaq, bro. It's insane. It's fucking unreal. And he's gone like full Buddhist monk mode. Like, he like shaved his head. Yeah, no, he's yeah, it was this one. It's a crazy fucking game. Yeah. You don't know if he'll be healthy enough? What are the Wemby health issues? Because this is a part of the you know, you have to get the GOAT conversation ready. Does he have blood clots? Is this like a product of how insanely fucking tall he is? He's got bad ankles. I mean, I guess that's a given, right? KD and Shaq, bro. He's so tall, it's fucking cheating. It's fucking cheating. It's ridiculous. His wingspan is fucking absurd. Being that tall is bad for you. I guess that makes sense. Like, it's literally like he's playing against fucking children. He gets to like the fucking free throw line, and then he can just like, he can do like a step and then this, and you can see he's holding the ball. That's too much armpit. He's holding the ball like above the players, like he's tormenting a child, you know. Anyway. My basketball head? I don't know. I guess so. That's really the new feed, isn't it? Like, culturally speaking. Like armpits. Because you describe it like that, and I'm like, I shouldn't be wearing this shirt. I should put another shirt. Like Wembanyama. Wembanyama is the new feet. Because that was like the joke is that it's like it used to be so hard to be like a foot guy, and like now it's like mainstream, and it's like that's what's happening with armpits, being like an armpit guy. Armpits are always a thing for the gays. Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. You don't believe people actually like armpits? I feel like that's a pretty easy thing to accept. Of all of the things there are that people like. You know what I mean? Like, no, that's definitely one of them. It's a person for every part of the body. I think that my hot take about foot fetishes as a concept is that there are people who now overemphasize the degree to which they're a foot fetish guy. It's like you want to be cool and unique. Because I feel like a guy who's like, I'm attracted to a woman and her feet, like, if they look nice, are a part of that aesthetically appealing image. It's like, that's not a foot guy. You know, in the same way that it's like, oh, like, you know, her shoulders are really dainty and it affects her frame and it helps with like why she's pretty. It's like, you're not like a shoulder guy. And I feel like that's becoming a thing. I think that's becoming like that's like the dominant foot fetish discourse guy, you know. Like I don't think I think yeah. It's stolen valor is what I'm saying. Like, you know, you're not in the trenches, and I won't describe what being in the trenches in this context would mean, but I feel like we can, you know. We used to be a proper country. More respect for piss people. Have you guys seen that TikToker that people keep tagging me in her videos and saying that like she looks like me because she has my glasses? The lady who always is like talks about how she wants to go to like a convention or whatever and then pee herself, and then everyone like like looks at her and then she keeps peeing, and she, just all of her videos are just like I kind of love her. Honestly, I kind of love her. She's living her truth.
That's what she said.
Oh, that's the wrong. It autoplays. Hold on. I won't show you a video of hers, but I'll show you a video about her that I think it describes her very well. Get your bag? I don't think she's getting a bag from it. I think she's doing it for the love of the game, if I'm going to be honest.
When I wear these glasses, I feel like that girl that keeps going, and also, and then she says something about how she wants to like somebody to piss in her hand and make her eat it or something. I'm obsessed with that diva. I think she's the straight representation that women need. When I wear
It's this lady. We love her. She's living her truth. And can you say the same about yourself? Before you're quick to judge, can you say the same about yourself? What makes you think? No. There you go. No, I don't like golden showers. Are you implying that? See, there's the main way of interpreting that tweet, which is like, see, I'm not like a freak like that lady. I don't get down like her. The other way to interpret that is that you aren't living your truth, which is why you're stating that you don't like golden showers. Implication: if you were living your truth, that's not what you'd be saying about golden showers. Think about that for a second. Mythics with 2 S's 7. What do you think? Ipso facto QED. Truth Nami. Anyway, I'm just chilling. You got me too. Folks, if you would like to give me money, for a limited time, you get 35% off of 5 or more gift subs. Offer ends in 1 hour and 20 minutes, which is the most efficient way of giving me money. If you would like the most portion of the money to go to me. I made a Ko-fi. I still need to link it to something though. It's live_agar. So it doesn't give me money yet. But I was like, it's like a tip jar or whatever. They don't take that much, I don't think. It's another thing that I'll have to fucking put on my taxes, like another form to get. Because I'm obsessed with I'm obsessed with that.
Oh, it's okay.
Cash you bought, and thank you again.
Oh, I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
For the 5 gift subs, thank you. It's supposed to be when it's like coffee. Yeah, but that's not fun. Why spell it like that then? Don't tell me the answer. Because I know it. But anyway, what else is happening on the internet? That's the Canadian pronunciation, exactly. Exactly.
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
Gullible Robert, thank you again.
Do whatever you want all the time.
Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Much appreciated. We love to see it. I feel like it's a problem for me that I'm like not on. I feel like my plan is to just not do. Start learning how to dodge taxes. Listen, I would never. This is the message to the Canadian Revenue Agency. I would never dodge taxes. Shout out to the Canadian Revenue Agency for taking all my fucking money. Sorry. Anyways, what was I talking about? I'm not a libertarian except for yeah, anyway. That's not funny. Taxation is theft, exactly. That's so true. I'm only this is like I was gonna say this is like I'm a funny type of but this is just every libertarian is like only being a libertarian when it personally benefits you and then otherwise not being one. That sounds yeah. Yeah, it's just a regular libertarian. What was I talking about? I can't remember. Ashley Sinclair will not go on Adam Friedland or TrueAnon. I hope so. That lady's so funny. Because it's like such an embarrassing. I was talking about piss. Oh yeah, I don't think I had anything to say about that. Because it's so obvious that like, well now the right has scorned her, so she's like, actually I think trans people are real. And like it's funny to see someone it's always like Lolcow stuff is like evil. Sorry, that was my alert. Lolcow stuff is like evil, and the people who think that it's like, you know, actually you know, it's like people will describe the Lolcow stuff as like it's actually good because the people we're obsessed with are terrible people, and it's like, no, this isn't. You're not fucking Batman. Like you are not. This is a vigilante sister because you like doing violence to people and you're looking for a justification for it. Oftentimes it's just like the crime is that they're a gay person, you know, like. But I do enjoy me a Lolcow every once in a while. Whom amongst us? Like, Brianna Wu is a really good one because she just has no fucking self-awareness. She has no capacity. She's like a rich lady who grew up very wealthy and has a wealthy husband now. Which is honestly a girl boss move. As like a trans woman. Like, I respect the hustle there. But she's just, you know, she has a luxury car collection. And she's fucking... Houthini is such a goat instead of Houthi. Where did she get that from? Where, like, is that, like... Is there any context? Like, if I search Houthini in quotes, it's not just going to come up with Brianna Wu. Because she referred to them as Houthini instead of Houthi. Okay, some people, I see it like very occasionally, but like the fourth example is Brianna Wu, so I don't. Harry Houthini, yeah. The Houthini rebels. I see this Organization for World Peace in 2020. Is it just like a really obscure like plural for Houthi? But anyway, I feel like the Ashley Sinclair lady is gonna be a similar type of lolcow, where it's just like someone who just lacks complete fucking self-awareness. Like Brianna Wu, it's like spectacular how fucking stupid she is. It's really funny. Because she just can't stop posting. She's in a prison of her own making. It always fascinates me when people like decide to put themselves in that prison. Like she could log off tomorrow and she would have enough money to never have to work another fucking day in her life. But she chooses to log on. She chooses to be yelled at. And that's like such a profound form of dysfunction to me. Yeah, I mean, I guess the answer, you're right, is within her life would lack meaning. Which is also, it's like more sad than just that she's addicted, because she's also addicted to the computer, but it's more sad, you know, that like, she's like, well, what's my fucking purpose? And it's like, I'm gonna do some good. I'm gonna change the fucking world. And changing the fucking world is logging on and posting about the quote Houthinis. Some people think posting will make them real, yeah. Which I cannot. Like, I cannot imagine that. I don't know. That's insane to me. I've posted a lot. I've been very online. I can't imagine that being your takeaway. I mean, it makes sense in a certain sense. Because it's like everyone who is on the internet treats the internet and the specific part of the internet that they're on as like the most important thing ever. And when you are on that part of the internet, for that moment, you also, and maybe this is a thing of like, you know, who the fuck is we? But like you also are like, yeah, it's so important, the thing that the person said. But then you log off and you're like, well, who gives a fuck? Being rich and choosing the internet as the main hobby is insane. Yeah. Yeah, there's something wrong. I'm going to develop a healthy relationship to like Twitter. And I guess Blue Sky too. I guess I'll post there as well. I guess that's the fucking plan B, bro. You know what? The thing about Blue Sky that's less pessimistic is that if I'm being forced to Blue Sky, then other people who I like are also being forced to Blue Sky, and then maybe it'll actually get some fucking sauce. Maybe that's what it takes. Blue Sky still sucks. It's libbed out, isn't it? It's still fucking libbed out. Like crazy. And I don't know. I mean, there's a use for it. I don't judge you if you use it at all. If you have a good use for it, I'm happy for you. It's just cleared everything about the way that I use the internet. First for like personal enjoyment, and then second for the fact that like it's promotion, you know. It's like, well, fuck, I haven't skied this year at all. I'm washed. I need to ski though. My friend will go up to Whistler at like 6 in the morning. I need to tag along with her. My skis are at her house because we were planning to do this, and then I got sick. The snow sucks though. Yeah, you're right. Story of my fucking life, isn't it? Can't imagine being a prominent politics poster on Blue Sky. I made a joke about, is it affordable to ski in Vancouver? Probably. I don't think is it affordable to ski anywhere? I feel like the prices are ridiculous. I didn't get a season's pass this year to Whistler, thankfully, because I haven't skied that much. I have really nice skis. It's like a Lux. I really like my skis. It's a Lux something, and they're blue. The Solomon QST Lux. It's a great fucking ski. Dollhouse, thank you. It's 92, is it centimeters? I could not recommend these skis more. And they're cheap now. I mean, cheap is like 500 Canadian dollars. But no, it is like a bougie activity. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is. I mean, you can still go, like, that's the problem is that, like, if you go and get rentals for a day at, like, a cheaper one, it's still, like, fucking $100 plus, 100 Canadian. Try not to ski big resorts, buy used equipment, and ski local hills, yeah. Yeah, but the big resorts are where the fun stuff is. Anyway. Thank you for the raid, Dollhouse. Shout out to Dollhouse TV. I don't know what we're talking about. What were we talking about before this instead of just skiing? The lift ticket is rough. We were talking about piss, but not directly before this. I'm starting to think that you guys are trying to redirect me to talk about piss and armpits again. The Trump press conference clip. Yeah, okay.
Close to the word exceptional, but now it's never happened before, but I hate the way it's being run. He and I had a very good relationship. Really close to the word exceptional, but now we seem not to.
Mr. President. You've been hearing from allies.
Thank you. Thank you so much, President Trump. Kara Castanova from Lindell TV. And you spoke earlier about the 2020 election.
From Lindell TV? Is that the same? Is that the Lindell I'm thinking of? What is he up to? I thought he lost like all his fucking money. Didn't he lose all his fucking money because he was like, I'm going to prove that they stole the fucking election. That Dominion stole the fucking election, and then they just like sued the shit out of him. What happened to Mike? All right, anyway.
Now that Maduro is in U.S. custody and he was criminally charged, has any more information emerged that you could share with us regarding Venezuelan election software?
Of course, because he was saying that Maduro stole the election.
And Venezuelan ties to tampering with the 2020 election. And would you consider speaking to Maduro personally in prison in New York to get some answers on Venezuela's involvement with the 2020 election?
No, I don't think I would be doing that. I think my lawyers would be very unhappy if I did that. Yeah, they've learned some things, please.
Mr. President, it's like a fucking child's fantasy. Will you personally interrogate Maduro and about him stealing the election in 2020? Like, it has to be Donald Trump personally doing it, because like he, it's like good czar, bad boyars. Like, he's gonna trust one of his fucking boyar like noblemen to do it. Like, they're gonna bungle it. It has to be the fucking czar. He has to get his hands dirty on this one. You can't trust the assistants. That's beautiful. I love that so much. And he's just having none of it whatsoever. That's cool. I like that they like add in. They let like the Lindell TV people come in to ask like fake questions. Like, Mr. President, is the moon made of cheese? And he's like, what is? I was reading a book yesterday, and it said that the moon was made of cheese. Do you think that's? Can you go up into space and check the moon and whether it's made of cheese or not? And he's like, maybe I'll do that. And he's like this little bit of, and they move on. It's awesome. It's so beautiful. I think fascism is so stupid. That's such a shame, though. Like, It really shows you the political change that like Trump won. I had this joke during Trump won that like, you know, Hitler has Krupp, the industrialist, and you know, Trump has Mike Lindell. Oh, the whole milk ads are so but now it's like, no, he's got like Mark Zuckerberg. Unfortunately, he's got Sam Altman, which is it's a sad analogy, but it makes more sense. Like in terms of this was so awesome. I retweeted this on my private account. Because this is like a meme. It's a meme people do because it's like the guy from Mad Men is in a club. I can't remember the name of the actor, and it's this song. But they had to like AI generate. It's John Hamm. It's a banger, by the way. That song is classic. I feel like that classifies that's like a white girl banger. The song. So the whole milk thing, someone was asking me about this. It's just like it's the white supremacist thing about being able to digest lactose. And then it's like it's also that it's not like woke and like watered down, like it's got more fat in it. Like the idea is that it's like this is a part of making America healthy is that we're eating milk or drinking milk. But it's still pasteurized though, right? Like it's not like the raw milk. Cow milk is fucking gross. I love cow milk. I feel like you've all heard this before. I love a fucking cold glass of milk. Genuinely, what's better than that? Sometimes I just get milk cravings. I'm like, I need a fucking glass of milk right now, bro. I fucking love milk. It's like, I understand people think I'm like a child, basically, functionally. But just, I'm so brave, thank you. Hot take. But yeah, I don't know. I actually don't really understand. It's just like a weird, like, Secretary Kennedy thing. Very Serbian of you. I feel like a lot of Serbs are lactose intolerant. What the fuck is this, bro? They're recording videos of white children drinking milk. Yeah, this is like a fucking... We're getting real, like, Volksgemeinschaft right now. We're getting real. Yeah, this is deeply fucking disturbing. Okay, yeah, good. I'm happy to see that it's 13 million and then it's mainly quote tweets. Is it raw milk? Like, whole milk isn't raw, though, right? They wanted it to be raw, presumably, like, culturally.
Okay, I'm transgender. Oh, I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
Ultimate Weapon, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Exclusive by the scenes like with each other's video, yeah. What was I gonna say? Yes, again, thank you for the 5 gift subs, Ultimate Weapon. There's still an hour left or something for 35% off for 5 or more gift subs. So if you want to give me money, it's the most efficient time to do it. Is that a brown bear? Meek Mathen, thank you. Whole at 2% is pretty much just watering pasteurized milk down. Right, like the whole milk is pasteurized. I feel like 2% is like I feel like that's the solid amount. Whole milk is a bit too much for me. It's like a dog whistle to the raw milk people. Continue. Oh, we want more. Okay.
What happened? happens to the tariff threat to Greenland if the Supreme Court comes out and rules against you on the tariffs? And
well, I'll have to use something else. I mean,
are
look,
you willing to use force?
you know, take a look at the word license. Take a look at other things. I mean, we have other alternatives. But
Take a look at the word license.
You on the tariffs and
well, I'll have to use something else. I mean,
are
look,
you willing to use force?
you know, take a look at the word license. Take a look at other things. I mean, we have other alternatives. But what we're doing now.
Sorry, am I stupid? Take a look at the word license. Wow. That's a word.
Is the best, the strongest, the fastest, the easiest, the least complicated.
That word looks good on paper. So he just said, you just said nothing.
But what we're doing now is the best, the strongest, the fastest, the easiest, the least complicated.
He's just fucking sundowning, man. It's so great. It's awesome. It's such a cool, what a cool country. Take a look. What is he trying to say there? Take a look at the word that's like a battle box level fucking sundowning. Do you guys remember the battle box?
In America, we resolve our differences at the battle box. That's how we do it, at the battle box, not with bullets.
The battle box. He does it twice. He does it twice. Oh. And the battle box is just like what he calls like the MMA ring. This Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali, George Foreman. You read a Foreman Grill? Come on, man, it's delicious. I didn't realize that is like the Foreman Grill is George. That's his grill. It's not a coincidence. Anyway, is that not true? Was that a Here's a spokesperson. Okay, good. That'd be really funny, like fake fun fact. Like fun fact, Lincoln Logs actually founded by Abraham Lincoln. That's maybe that's true. I don't know. Probably not. I feel like it probably isn't true. It's the last thing he did before he died. R.I.P. I don't know about the Foreman Grill commercials. I have no clue. I saw a good meme. There have been memes recently about like, when... Oh. This is great. I opened my TikTok. Who's on the...
And also, I want a boyfriend that takes me to an ice skating rink and he makes me drink a lot of water before.
All right, that's enough. Maybe that's enough. It's true. I think you know the direction that she's going. I think that she's a diva, as that lady said. I think that she's like female pervert representation. I completely forgot what I was going to TikTok for. Can someone refresh me? I completely fucking blanked on. It was that. Yeah. No, it was to doom scroll. Yeah. Is it Biden related? Donald Trump sundown. I feel like I'm sundowning now. Oh yeah.
Family
Emily, what year were you?
People are doing the like when the year that he's born starts with a 1 and he's like old. But I have enjoyed.
1992.
Hey Meredith, what year were you born?
2008.
Hey Nick, what year were you born?
1997.
Hey Kaylin, what year were you born?
2007.
Hey Jeremy, what year were you born?
1998.
Hey Allie, what year were you born?
2000.
Emily, what year were you born?
So I'm happy to see that we're fighting back on that one. I think that's good. Show us the live algo. Oh god. You just saw it. You just saw the live algo. Literally, okay. I opened it again and she's back at the fucking top. It's her again. And then I have this. I have this one as well. Let's see. I'm like worried. It's her again. Okay, that's unusual. It's her again, unfortunately. I don't know why that's happening. And then it's a heated rivalry edit, which I don't know how much that I can show. That's a good sample actually, probably. I wouldn't say that her videos are against the terms of service, but I wouldn't hang on a video. 50% P girl by volume. This is Penny Johnson. Look, I understand that it's not it. My takeaway was not why are they pushing the P girl so much to everyone. I understand that it's a localized issue. Counting or not counting water usage. All right, one more time.
3, 2, 1. Some animals give me boners.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds. This is actually so much worse. That's like so much worse. Okay. All right, one more time. We're gonna load it again. Oh, this one's like basic white girl. Also embarrassing. This one's not embarrassing. It's just China. Okay, all right. Okay. Oh, that's so funny. I can explain. I can explain. Oh, that's so funny. I swear to God. I swear to God, they're usually not like that. Researching for the next Perverts podcast. Yes, I'm doing a lot of research on this weird sicko, this really niche sicko pervert community of people who love women with big boobs. It's really, you really have to fucking get deep down in the internet. It's really like all these people, they don't post under their real, like it's all like there are 7 layers of VPN because like they don't want the idea of like someone in their life finding out that this is what they're into is like, you know. So I'm doing a lot of research into that community of people. Oh, that's so embarrassing. That's like so much more embarrassing that I was like, oh, it's gonna be like Yeah, it's like a Nick Fuentes video or something, or it's like what? Yeah, it's a heated rivalry edit. It's a challengers. It's that one guy from Challengers with the black curly hair. I can't remember his name. I eat those edits up. I think that's like the most attractive man to ever exist. Yeah, and there's like an Agartha video where it's like, you know, Kash Patel drinking milk. You know what? Maybe that's what the dog whistle is. There are those like, as I'm sure all of you are aware, the Agartha videos where it's like Kash Patel like drinks milk and then he becomes like, it's like Aryan Kash Patel. Like he gets blonde hair and blue eyes. Like that must be a part of the, I mean, it's all kind of related to the same dog whistle, I guess. White Monster, that's one of them, but the other one it's just a glass of milk. I'm trying to change this up. I mean, I don't know what else you want me to say about it. There's really not much else to say about it. I want to redeem myself, but I know one more I'll go full. Okay. One more.
I can't wait until next year when all of you are in Vietnam.
I don't know.
You will be pining for the day when someone was trying to make your life easier. When you're over there, you're in the jungle.
It's another big boob community video.
Remember, you're not dying for me because I never liked you.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
No, this is no. This is like a girl boss edit. You guys were trying to. This is like a girl boss fan cam edit. It's his diva TikTok. If you can't. And then there's is this like a Bayang Army edit? This is great content. I'm just literally scrolling brain rot. It's like Fujoshi. So yeah, this is more like it. It's another edit. Yeah, it's like movie edit stuff. That's like mostly what I watch. Anyway, that's lucky poll. No, I don't. See, this is like you guys are like encouraging me to scroll more. To be like, trust me, like listen, this is what my TikTok, you know, like you want me to scroll because you love the slop as well.
A heated rivalry has shown me that if we can be horny,
it's another heated rivalry thing. It's another heated rivalry thing. It's just a lady. It's heated rivalry.
You don't need to check for a response. BPD girl. They don't hate you, BPD girl. They're just busy. It's all.
That's when I tell him. Okay, well that's a rough one.
I spent like 10 minutes talking to a beautiful girl at the pizza place. Nothing sexual, nothing.
I don't like that my psyche is on display here. It doesn't make it isn't.
Out of the ordinary. Literally just a 10-minute conversation with this.
This feels like so much more deeply embarrassing. That I could have possibly imagined it would be.
Girl at the pizza place, got my pizza, came home, thought I had pissed myself a little bit.
No, it's a pee thing.
Put my hand down there. No.
Alright, we're gonna stop. No. I don't have a pee thing. I want that to be clear. If I had a pee thing, I would tell you. I'm I just don't Your Honor, I feel like fucking Tyrion Lannister when he was on trial. You know what? I wish I did have a fucking pee thing. I wish I was the monster that you say I am. Developing a pee thing like out of resentment. It's like the Jamie Lannister school of handling criticism.
I think when we're young,
Guntubers Fed posting.
I guess it's natural because our parents have taken care of you and your school, you're a young person, you know, and everybody feels obligated, a duty to take care of you and that kind of thing, meet your needs and all of that. And sometimes we probably overdo it, helicopter parents and all that, but we get accustomed to people bailing us out, right? If we about walk off a cliff or whatever, we do something kind of dumb when we're young. And I know you've heard the line that nobody's going to save us. There's nobody coming to save you. There's nobody coming to save us. It's kind of a popular thought today that people throw out. And a lot of truth to that, right? And once you become an adult, you're kind of on your own and nobody's coming to save you if you screw up really badly. You know, but I
do think that, by the way, that's why a lot of like American leftists like China so much. Is because like the answer isn't like no one's coming to save you. It's like the PLA is coming to save you. Like there's literally a rising superpower, and they're coming to save you, and they're gonna give you an affordable home, and reliable public transportation, and
we go
and
through those early years
it's
of
cool.
Getting saved, somebody coming to save us and take care of us often enough that we just naturally, instinctively expect it. I think we think even if we do something a little silly or dangerous or negligent about something, that it'll be okay. Daddy or mommy will take care of me. It'll be okay. Or big daddy government will take care of it, which they do too much of, right? If I take out a big loan or something, somebody will take care of it if I can't make the payback. As you get to be an adult, doesn't exactly work that way in most cases, right? Unless someone's trying to buy votes or something, you may get some special help, but you're on your own, more or less. And you, I think, have that attitude, which is pretty much true. We are on our own. We have help from folks, friends, whatever, family, but I mean, we are responsible for ourselves. And, 90% of the time, 99% of the time, nobody's coming to bail us out. We got to keep that in mind, especially if you're in that age group where you're used to being bailed out on everything. People taking care of you with everything, and if we're not careful and we're then get to be a 19, 20, 25, whatever, we just are slow to mature and slow to leave the nest and start planning our future, the serious things, like our careers and finances and all that sort of thing. It's like all that's it'll take care of itself. Like things have sort of done when I was younger, 12 and 10 and 15, I was taken care of, but that ends, that ends. And so it behooves us, when we're young especially, but every day to be thinking about, what do I need to be doing that I'm not doing? What's next year going to look like? What's 5 years from now going to look like? Where am I going to be? Am I still going to be way overweight? Am I going to be in debt still? Nobody's coming to bail me out, and I think that's a great thing to keep in mind. Nobody's coming to save us. And we got to be very aware of that, vitally aware of that, so that we start saving ourselves day by day. Because, it's one of my favorite lines. It's attributed to Robert Louis Stevenson. You might have heard me say it before. Eventually, everybody sits down to a banquet of consequences. Eventually, everybody sits down to a banquet of consequences. And I love that because it's just so true. Isn't it just so true? You've experienced it yourself probably. I know I have. The consequences of my actions from 10 years ago, 30 years ago, last week, I have to eat the consequences of my actions. And also, I suffer the consequences of my inaction. And sometimes that's the tough one, right? And we need to ask ourselves, what am I not doing right now that I should be doing? What's going to cause me some negative consequences down the road, either a month or 6 months, a year, 5, 10 years? What am I doing today that's creating consequence, even though I'm not doing anything? No action. Maybe that's the problem. That's the problem. I'm not taking action. And
Yeah, is he... Sorry, so someone mentioned he's saying you should take up arms against the government.
in some way to get my life together.
That's what he's
diet,
saying.
Again, my finances, my whatever.
But he's being like, you know, sometimes you have to take action. You know, people make bad decisions and it produces a bad status quo. You know, like for instance, if you get bad grades, you gotta lock in and study. And, you know, when there's a threat that comes and it really threatens to eliminate your way of life and well-being and attempts to, you know, snuff out everything good in your life, you know, like a little bit too much cholesterol, you got to deal with it. You got to shoot at the problem metaphorically.
It might be.
This is what's going on here?
So, you know, so it doesn't seem like there's any consequences for what I did today, maybe, but there are, or what I didn't do. Yeah, there are. So just something to keep in mind. I mean, what is it that you're not doing right now? Because whatever you're...
But he turned it into like a self-help. Collapse of America.
Not doing might be the big thing. Yeah, it might be the biggest problem. Not.
That's funny. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I said this before, but they really molested the money too quickly. They needed to... You molest the money after you've solidified your power, not before. Because that's a really important component. Any major change in a political system in a country, a lot of the times it's people who think that their living standards will increase if they support this. That's how you get certain interest groups to back you. It's like, he's got my back. He's gonna, you know, my way of life will flourish. My specific block will increase. Or it's a more universal belief. But if you come into power and then you molest the money, it's just not very... This is so awesome. I love that he's like posting still. Like Cuomo is like, I mean, it makes sense that Cuomo just like fucked off and was rich. But like Eric Adams is like a poster. He loves posting. He's addicted to posting. It's like Nancy Mace. Like, she's not gonna stop posting. She loves it. Like when she just becomes like a regular. when she after she finishes her time as Gruppenführer Mace, she'll just turn into a poster. Anyway, I'll probably call it there. I'm sleepy. I'm still sick. My nose is clogged. Ugh. Thank you all for tuning in to the stream. Alright. Riverboat Jack. Sure. And I'll talk Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday. So I did stream before. Show me the Discord. Don't think you want to go live. Thank you for all the gift subs from everyone as well. Much appreciated. Yeah. I'll talk to you all later. Anyway, goodbye.